Okay. That's weird. Why would it change? Thank you so much for letting me know, because I didn't even notice that the little bar wasn't moving in OBS. Pro streamer. Awesome. Well, Tesla, I hope you're doing well. I realize you probably didn't hear anything I've said, but I hope you're having a great Saturday. And yes, happy to talk crude oil. Oh boy. Clearly I need more coffee. All right, so the Spire Coast, which I think is this north coast, right? I have some of the oil going to, well, it's funny, when you're really far away, it really doesn't render a whole lot. But that is taking, I don't remember how much, like 900 of the oil, maybe? And making plastic and rubber. The rest of it is going towards the 85,000 megawatt oil plant. And that's using, I think, all of the oil up there. So it's mainly a power plant, but I am doing some. Let's control alt stuck. There we go, alt stuck. Yeah, mostly power, some plastic, rubber. I think actually that plant is the one that's doing all the random stuff. So I'm even making fabric. I think I'm making the packaged turbo fuel that I use for the jetpack that I like never use anymore. What are you planning on doing with it up there? Should actually probably count and try to make this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How big? I really should try to figure this out, but we're winging it. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I've come to realize that a mega factory is the way to go. Traveling from factory to factory is starting to become time consuming. I also think manufacturing everything to 100 per minute is the way to go. Nice. I don't blame you. The travel time really does start to add up once the projects just keep getting bigger and bigger, and you realize you just need more and more of the materials, and yeah, then you're going back and forth, and yeah, I know that feeling. 100 per minute is that's a good amount. That'll definitely, I guess, especially, I'm assuming that's like for you to use to build and everything. That'll definitely keep you supplied. working on my space elevator part slowly, and in doing so, now I have to create more copper sheets, screws, etc. Sounds about right. So I'm going to create a mega factory up in the Spire Coast. Long-term exciting goal. Oh, that sounds awesome. I really like, I think that's one of my favorite biomes by far. Like, it just looks so cool. They've said that they want to turn it into more of like the rest of the biomes, where there's at least some other resources instead of it only being oil. But it just has such cool like natural features or whatever. I like the way it looks over there. Okay, so this should be 40 by 40 if I counted right, but let's double check. I don't think this is actually big enough. So how do I want to do this? Really not sure. Okay, so it is 40 by 40. So where's the... Let's find the center. 20. So these four, basically the center. Okay, nice. Have to go, my friend. Check you later. Hey, have a good one. Hope you have a great Saturday. So that would be big enough. 4 by 4. I think it's more than enough, right? Because it really depends on how tight I want to pack all of the belts. At least there's plenty of room down here. Did I even bring this out far enough? It's like the whole plan was to try to miss that whole thing. Alright, let me take a look at my spreadsheet. So the plan is to make a pyramid. So I think that would be funny. Cool. So we need... I want a bunch of them on the bottom floor, so I'm just going to leave them at 100%, I think. So we need 20 particle accelerators on this bottom floor. Actually, this actually may be plenty big enough, huh? So if I did like one, and then you could probably do see how I can figure this out. This isn't the most complicated math here. So if I wanted to split it up, so I need 5 basically in on like each quarter side. So if I do 1, and then I did 2, and then 3. I wonder how'd that look. And is there enough space? So I would want like 3 rows. So chances are we'd put like the other question is, how am I going to do the belting? That's going to be interesting. Well, minor detail. So 1, 2, 3. But in reality, I want to give it one more on each side probably, because I don't want it to be cramped. So I need at least 5. So then it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for the second row. 2, 3, 4, 5 for the last row. So this is enough to build it, but I think I'm gonna have to extend it farther to make this an actual pyramid so they don't clip into the machines, which is fine. That means this is a pretty good start. Will it be way too cramped? I don't think so. The question is just, how do I do the belt work for this? I mean, I may have it just so the belt work is basically do I want to do it underneath? Trying to figure out how in the world. Such a simple idea, but I don't know how well I can execute this. Well, what I should definitely do is just queue up a whole bunch of materials, and I can start placing them and see. So let's do that. All right, let's go down those radio control units. Electromagnetic control rods. Go with the A. Supercomputers. Cooling systems. Fuse modular frames. And turbo motors. These things are pricey to build. Everything else is like super cheap. Just gonna use constructors and foundries. Just to, oh yeah, you know, we're just gonna turn all of them off. And I know I'll have to turn concrete back on, but that's okay. I want to get all those in. Okay, so the idea is have this shaft in the middle, basically bring the items up and down. So if all of the ore comes in, like obviously closer to the ground level, bring it in here. I'll have, this is not going to be visible, so I can do my like load balancing because I think there's specific numbers I kind of want to hit. For a lot of that stuff. So I want the particle accelerators to be on this floor. The next floor, and this is where it gets complicated. It doesn't quite go in order because I need way less constructors than I do foundries. So the foundries are going to be on the next floor. Hey, Shadow. Good day to you. Hope you're having a great Saturday. I am trying to figure out how in the world I want to lay this out because I'm trying to do something dumb instead of just making a big box like I normally do. I could make this super easy. This is like the easiest production chain, but instead I'm gonna make it complicated. Because I only have 4 more factories to build, so I'm gonna intentionally make them take forever, apparently. Let's just grab a couple. Should also probably figure out, let's see, do I have, I keep forgetting I need to clean up all the crates. Let's see, it would help if I could see all of, I think I left all those things in here. What do I need? Circuit boards and crystal oscillators? Oh, and heavy modular frames. Oh, apparently I'm out of those. Alright, let's get some more. Which drone are you? Supercomputers. Alright, so I might as well, let's see. Well, that's convenient. Do I have, well, I can make a couple of miners at least. After the autosave. many do I need? I think I need 15 miners for this. I guess it depends on which ones I pick for the copper. Thankfully, I'm not planning on totally maxing out any of the resources in this world, so I should be fine. Alright. Habits. Put all the rest of them on foundations. Feels weird not to put this one on. Alright, so go back to the miner. Yeah. Let's have a point in, I think. I think I'll probably add another floor just to help me do the load balancing and not have everything floating. Alright, so there's one pure node. Let's see, what's this one? An impure. I probably won't use that. Which other ones are... Is that the only one that's going to be underneath here? This one maybe? Yeah, this one will. And it's pure. Awesome. We'll have this. Well, let's put the foundation down. Go away, hog. You didn't move fast enough. Well, the spread gets so bad. Do love the turbo. Hey, Robokill. Good evening. Well, for me, it is noon. But I hope you're having a good evening. Did I pick it up? I did. Alright, what is that? The only other? That's the only other one that's underneath this. Was this majestic foundation floating in the sky? This is the start to my nuclear pasta factory. So the plan is to make this a giant pyramid. So I wanted to make sure that the base level would clear that, because I thought this was actually going to need to be bigger, and it is going to need to be a little bit bigger, but surprisingly not as big as I thought. For once, I overestimated how much space these things were going to take. I think. I say that now, but I haven't actually placed any of them, so I very well could be wrong. We're going to find out. Actually, do I have... Is everything else here? So eventually, it won't be floating. It's not on this side. I'm blind. There we go. Oh. Okay, so I'm thinking if I need... $20 of these things. Let's see if I can get this centered. Ugh. These are such a weird... One in from the mid foundation. Yeah. I'm going for 10. Maybe a bit excessive, but so let's just get the spacing down. Can I figure this out? It's pretty steep for sinking then. Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to do I'm gonna do 10 a minute of the ones that you need 1,000 of, and then I'm gonna do 20 a minute of the other two for no good reason. I am curious. I just want to see how many points I can make, but nowhere near maxing anything out. The thermal engine is worth more. Yeah, that one's worth the most, right? And even the assembly directory systems are worth quite a bit, right? I also just wanted to make a giant glass pyramid with these things on the base. I just thought that sounded like a cool idea. And then I was like, oh, I'm going to do that one first because I haven't really thought of ideas of what I wanted to do for the other ones. So I'm going to use an excessive amount of silica in this build, I think. What am I looking for? The radio control units. I was building a battery pyramid. Guess need to change the design. We can all have cool pyramids. A battery pyramid sounds cool. And it makes sense because batteries are really similar where you don't have like a million different steps. Why do I still have hog remains? Oh. And the nuts. This one. Oh, I'm gonna need a lot more. That's fine. I just want to see if this is actually gonna space out. Where did I lock that? These things snap to some. Oh, it's the other. It's really. I don't understand. Snapping is really weird sometimes. Too many things. Alright, so. Be like that. Let's see. So how spaced out would these be? So let's try to get it somewhat even. Or, oh, I know. What if we did it exactly one spaced out? And then that's where that one goes. Oh, these are too far apart. I don't get the fun guidelines anymore. Those are in convenient spots. So then it would be that one there. Erase you. And then you would go. Oh. Wrong foundation. There we go. Right there. I think that looks lined up. Alright, and then basically just each corner would look like that. Yeah, that actually. I think that might work. How I'm gonna build this? That's a great question. I am not sure about that part. But you know, that's a future Moo problem. I just want it to look cool. Alright, let's slam down a whole bunch of these. Let's see what it looks like. I might have to just do the belt work underneath. It's probably going to be the easiest way to do it. Right, let me just dump the concrete. So how short am I on everything? Apparently building 20 of these things is fairly resource intensive. Already have enough supercomputers. Yeah, the amounts will be high. I queued them all up, and yeah, it was my max nuke pasta. Mine was 2. I scrubbed a ton of shit. Yeah, that is not surprising. Thankfully, at least to build all the buildings, I have a factory that makes, well, some things like turbo motors and the radio control units. I think I'm making a whopping 2 a minute, but I have 3 of the large storage bins as a buffer between that and the drone port before they start electromagnetic control run. There we go. So I've got a nice stockpile of everything. But yeah, as far as the per minute for all the resources, that's why I picked out here is I'm going to end up needing, obviously, if I wanted to do this the most efficient way, I guess as far as resources go, I would definitely have picked the pure copper ingot recipe. But for this is like the one factory where I'm not doing that. And instead, I am going to use the copper alloy. So I'm going to bring in 6,000 copper and 3,000 iron and just use foundries. Because I can do it in just way fewer machines. And I've done a lot with water. It's like, this is one I can get away with not. So I'm just going to decimate the desert of its resources. But since I'm not maxing out anything, I shouldn't run out. So I'm okay with it. Well, I can build a few more while okay, so 2 foundations. Yeah, eventually stick to a limited amount of recipes. I find it cool to sometimes force myself down another alt recipe to make new combinations. I do love the amount of effort they put into the alt recipes to combine. I absolutely agree with you. I have that same tendency. I was going to say not necessarily a problem because some of the recipes are just arguably good. And it's kind of funny how, like, you do have quite a bit of flexibility with like the large majority of items and whatnot, but there are like certain places where you're just going to use that alternate recipe, you know, like especially I think oil is the major one, you know, like you're going to use the heavy oil residue recipe if you're really, and then the diluted fuel or the diluted package, but like other than that, you can really utilize quite a few different ones. It's just the plastic and rubber with fuel. Yeah, like if you're trying to scale things up to any large amount, it's kind of like impossible not to use those, I feel like once you discover those recipes and that combo, it's just like I can make how much? Like, oh, this is so different than the 100 per minute I was making before. Super inefficiently. But yeah, I really love all the different ones, and I've found that there's the two gems that I love to use. The what is it? Yeah, the coated iron plate with the plastic is great for making just an obscene amount. And I actually really I end up using this one a lot now. Because in the early game, I'll use the stitched iron plate, but towards the later game, I almost always have extra rubber. And, you know, 100 rubber to make 100 of those is just easy. Yo! Hey, 2 meter Matt. Hope you're doing well. I always use the bolted plate with the screw steel. Interesting. I always went the route of just trying to cut out as many of the screws. Maybe I should give him a whirl again, just because it is a cool recipe, being able to make the 260. Because you can make 15 reinforced plates per minute. Good point. Late game with screws is funny when you make 10,000 screws. That is. It's funny because like you can go the one of two routes, and I guess that's exactly what we were talking about, right? You have so many different options. I'm pretty sure right now in this save, I am making 50 screws a minute total, and they are all getting sunk essentially because I never use them except for if I need to make like another chainsaw or something. And with steel, you can tweak them with one constructor to one assembler. That's a good point. My screw stats for this map. It's probably, yeah, it's either you go all in and you're going to end up making an obscene 10,000 or more a minute, or you end up cutting them out completely from your factories. It's so funny. But I think that's great. Is that? Yeah, that is spaced the same. Okay. It would make more sense if I just did that, huh? Just delete that. I'll have to try to lighten things up. Why am I doing things the hard way? Probably because I didn't have enough materials. I think this might look cool. I think it's going to be a nightmare for future me to belt this, but that's fine. I'm actually on my first playthrough map at the moment. But also build and unlocked. I haven't gone back to my first playthrough in so long. I'm not sure I'm ready for the amount of cringe. It's gonna be brutal. Especially because I don't think I never once moved my hub in my first playthrough, so it is still sitting somewhere in the grassy fields on the grass, because it took me way too long to realize that foundations are amazing. I don't make 10,000 screws. I make 4,872 per minute. That's still a lot. I'm going to have to pull up. I haven't loaded mine into the save calculator in a while. I always love looking at those numbers. Yo! 2 meter Matt. It's going well. How are you? It's going pretty well. Are you still... Oh, you have sound now. I was about to look. I was like, am I don't... Should I be typing this? You have a save that makes 140,000 water. That's insane. That's so many water extractors. But stream is going well. Thanks for asking. I am trying to figure out. I had a silly idea of making a giant glass pyramid for my nuclear pasta. Water's only 36,587. That's still a pretty respectable amount. I'm curious. Just with my last factory, how much am I at? My last factory had about 25,000 for the nuclear power plant, but that's a kind of special case. Hanzu! Hope you're doing well. Nice to see you. Ambitious but not silly. The way I see it is I'm down to my last 4 factories, one for each space elevator part. So I'm probably just going to build kind of silly factories. I think I'm going to make a big cylinder tower for the magnetic field generators because those aren't very complicated. Hanzu is dead? No! Were you not feeling well? I can't remember. I hope you are. Ghost. It is the spooky season. Is that vanilla or modded? Oh wait, I have power cons for the Why? Holy cow, that is a lot of power. I give you a lot of credit for not using any mods. All vanilla. It's vanilla. Wait, I don't know, we'll just say 10 more. Yeah, that's so much. Just grab all of these. Oh, it's still I just did not get enough of the control runs. I guess it makes sense. It's only going to drop off 900 at a time, huh? $1,800 for power and 300 for nuke bombs. That's so many nukes. I've done like a quick calc, including get rid of uranium would be running about 86 something nuclear power plants. Oof. That's so much. That's probably even more, unless you're talking about them being overclocked. because my 1200, I'm only using 1200 of the uranium, and that's 48 overclocked to 200%. So yeah, that's like what, 50% more. Oh, that's so many water extractors too. Oh man, I've done 24 with 590 uranium, including getting rid of the waste. So not burning plutonium. Yeah, I'm not burning plutonium either. I'm recycling all of it because I just don't want there to be a ticking time bomb. I am curious if in the future you're going to be able to do anything with the plutonium waste, or if that's the end of that whole cycle and that's the decision you have to make, which is fair. But I know that there are still some items they haven't released officially. 43.2 uranium rods and 12.8 plutonium rods. They alone makes 5. It's 320. That's so much power. You have to power or send some fuel type to space elevator. That would be really cool. You also send engines over. Yeah. Yeah, wouldn't that be really interesting if at the end they're like, yeah, now we need the plutonium waste up the space elevator or something? Oh, that'd be great. How much of that power are you using? Yeah, that's a good question. All of it, of course. That would be impressive. Just load up as many particle accelerators as you can. Lined up. Yeah. It's probably a decent size save file. 25. Takes a couple minutes to load, I'm sure. What am I? Oh. Yep, control rods. Of course. Let's see. I can send it to via DC, as in like wants to fly around in it for a minute, or else we can't call engines and whatnot. First going out for a smoke VR back. Yeah, maybe in a little bit. I want to see if I can get all of these to fit. Solution is usually if it doesn't fit, it grows bigger. Absolutely. That's the best solution right there. Oh, fine. All right. Man, work really gets in the way sometimes. Oh, what a bummer. Having to work on... I let this keep going, and now I have way more than I need. That sounds about right. Yeah, that's what I do. So these stop bothering me. There we go. Now they're all painted. Alright, so I don't need any of those. Alright, so I think... yeah, that would work. I definitely just need to make this wider for the pyramid not to clip just straight to those. So I wonder if I can just add... oh yeah, I have no concrete now. I have a bunch of this stuff that I don't need. Drop off some of this. Yeah, no worries. We can sort it out. Y'all take your time. I had random. Alright, so if I just add one more all the way around, is that going to be enough? Oh, of course I don't have any silica. Well, let's just make this a tire roof. Just to see. Oh, it just still slices right through it. Well, okay. That would have been way too close anyways. Yep, the solution is it's just going to keep getting bigger. Add another 8 foundations total to the width. Wow, I thought I built my drone port really far away, and then I covered it. This is going to use a dumb amount of silica, isn't it? Let's also sort out. I should figure out all the different. Probably need at least like 10 more. Oh, I ran out of fused modular frame, didn't I? I used them all on the particle accelerators. I'm sure I'll need more steel beams. Might as well just get some more now. You know what? What else? Like for sure I'll need iron rods and plates. Might as well just do one thing of those. I mean, I'm sure I'll probably need wire at some point. I do all the wirings, which will mean I'll need more cable. Absolutely need aluminum sheets for all those Mark 5 builds. Are you concrete? No, you're silica. I know I'll need plenty more concrete, but for now I'm just going to turn all of these off so they only do one trip. Because for most of these, one trip will last a while. Just because it was going to take forever to get through all of these anyways. Alright, so I also needed more, I think it was the heavy modular frames for, just want to throw down a temporary radar tower. You just made drones being sneaking stuff? I'm sorry. I didn't get that. Made drones being... Yeah, I use drones for everything though. Well, not everything, but to get me all my stuff instead of doing a project train or anything. And I think it's always fun to just make this happen at each new factory I build. It's like vultures. I think they're great. Vultures, that's exactly what it's like, right? They're circling. Oh man, I forgot. The 4 meters actually... I actually kind of wish that there was an 8 meter glass. But you can only do it in walls, right? Yeah. I kind of didn't realize that it was I made this thing huge, and now all of a sudden I'm like, is it big enough? Uh-oh. Well, that's not great. Okay, I gotta run for a meeting. Have a great stream, and hopefully I'll be back before stream is over. Hey, good luck. Thanks for stopping by, and yeah, I hope you have a great Saturday. This is gonna need to be even bigger. That's... Oh my. This thing is gonna keep getting bigger and bigger, isn't it? If I want this to actually fit. Well, now we have to find out how big does this need to get. That is the question. I guess what I should do is just add the next floor about where I think it'll go. See how much space all those machines take up. And then we're gonna realize that this is a horrible idea. Okay, so it would need to be at least that tall. Even that is not a lot of space. I mean, it's definitely enough, but... Do I want to make it any taller? If I make it any taller, it's just going to make it harder and harder. Make this gigantic pyramid. I think we could probably do... I think that's a good height. We'll give it a spacing of 10. Trying to think if that really will make a difference in how I want to do the spacing for the next one. Probably not, right? What if I gave the next one only half? No, that wouldn't make any sense. It's gonna have to be like that tall. And then however tall the very top is. Yeah, this thing's gonna be interesting. Alright, so... Ooh, how do I get... Don't know if it matters. Oh, wait, I guess I want it to be this tall. Oh wait, what were they? They were... Yeah, that's what I'm saying. On a Saturday? What a bummer. I guess I do actually want to keep... Let's see, we'll do... Try to keep the blueprints lined up. I don't know if that really will make a difference in the long run. Don't think it will. But now, Well, I guess actually, if I want to really keep it lined up, it would have to be farther back. By what, 2? Yeah, now it's lined up. Is that right in the middle? It is. Okay. Alright, so that would be our little shaft to get everything up and down. Should be more than enough space. Could probably make it smaller. Important people. 2-meter man. Alright, so this floor is gonna have how many? 60 foundries. So that's 15 in each quarter. Let's see how. Is this even? 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Ooh. How am I gonna want to do all of the foundries? I think that floor I can just do with the bell work underneath. Because I've got so much space, and that would just make my life easier. The next 2 floors, I don't really want to add a logistics floor. So do I just build them raised up a little bit? Hey, Andy. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good Saturday. Am I going to want to blueprint this? Maybe. So if I need 15 in each corner, can I do, let's see. Foundries at least aren't gigantic, so that definitely helps. So if I did, what it would be, 4, 5, and well, wait. Yeah, 4, 5, and 6 would work. But or we could do 3, 5, and 7. That might look better. Oh, but no matter how, if I do it with these weird patterns, the belt work is gonna get weird, especially with how much. I think that's just what we're gonna have to live with. So what if I did... Alright, I think I probably already have. I think to make my life just a little bit easier, we'll do a slightly raised foundry so that I can do the belt work underneath it, essentially. And I know I've done them before in my just pages of super organized blueprints. At least they're somewhat. Is this one? Not quite what I was looking for. Wait, I know which. It was this factory that had it. Oh. So, where's the control rods? Foundry. I still don't have the resources, but thought it would be pretty much the same thing. Why does this one need more modular frames? Oh, there's probably more than one. Yeah, I think I know how I set this up, which isn't necessarily going to help me, is it? Because I think I need to set them up individually. Well, I guess I need more modular frames too. Well, if that's what foundries need, because I always forget, then yeah, I definitely need some more. We can help. The docking and undocking animation takes so long. Alright, let's turn that off. Alright, well, I'm pretty sure it's probably not actually even going to help me because... yeah, that's not how I want to set it up. I mean, similar, but not quite like that. So I think let's just build this from scratch. Alright, so I'm thinking I'm going to be able to connect them in a way. Do I want the... It's really weird the way the walls snap, and frame walls in particular. Like, in the blueprint, they tend to be on like one side of the wall. Which I think I want them on that inside. Also gonna give this 2 foundations worth of space, and then we're gonna throw... I was like doing grit metal for this for some reason. Wait, I built it one foundation in. How much space do these things actually need? Let's see, so we'll do input and then the output facing away. So I think it'll be easier to sort out. Oh, that's right, they're like 9 meters instead of a nice easy 8. But that's fine. So that would be enough space. But should I just make these 3 foundations instead? Because then it won't be nearly as cramped. Screw it. Let's make it 3. This factory's already going to be giant enough. What's a little bit? It's a little bit more. An extra 4 meters here or there. Yeah, we'll still give more space to this side. And then grab our floor holes. Alright, and these are making copper. Copper alloy ingot. And these are all going to be overclocked to 200%. And let's find a good spot where we can hide the power underneath. Not quite there. Oof, not quite there. I do love nudge. Why does this... it's mainly hidden. Cool. I wonder if one more meter would be really nice if it was just like right in the middle. Oh, it does stick out more though. Is it noticeable? Maybe just enough. Fine. I think it's right there. Let's see. All right. Okay, so I'm just gonna do both of them as Mark II. And the output as Mark III. Let's use this. Where is that actually? Oh, it will snap to the inside. All right, cool. That's exactly where I wanted it. It's on the inside. That's on the inside. All right, so I'm pretty sure why not put 2 in the blueprint? Not enough space for design. I just don't want to have to delete them. Because I'm pretty sure I'm doing this in odd increments. I'm going to do a row of 3 and then 5 and then 7. Is that right? 3, 5, 8. Yeah, 15. So since I can't fit... Could I fit 3? I probably... No. I like giving them space. So I'm just going to do it individually. Or else... You would be correct. That would be the better way to do it. Ooh, where in the world do I want these? The belt work is just gonna be a nightmare, I think. Because as long as I keep them all the same, it'll make my life maybe a little easier. I think future me is just gonna hate this. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it'll be easy. Oh, it was 2? Oh. Why did I think it was 1 meter? Is it really 2? Almost. Is it 3? Oh no, that is straight into the... Alright, so it's 2 meters. For some reason, I didn't think that's what it was. Alright, so if you go there... Hey, Mr. Tux. Hope you're doing well. Having a good Saturday. I had a feeling I missed that. Just the meter off. See, all right, and then actually we can just put 4 meter. And let's have the merger go in the same direction. I think that should make my life easier. I'm trying to think, am I forgetting something? Probably. Good thing these are pretty easy to fix. You know what, let's just keep adding more and more categories. More subcategories, more categories. Oh, autosave. I'm gonna run to the restroom while it does that. Be right back. Alrighty. So let's give it a nice Foundry icon, and we'll make you fix it primary. Why not? Alright, let's see if we've gotten modular frames yet. You're in one of these. There we go. Alright, so let's see what this looks like. And how much space is this going to take up? Wait, can I? Oh, I can edit these, can't I? Oh yeah, let's squeeze you all the way up here. Perfect. Alright, so if I'm gonna do, what did I say, 3, 5, and then 7? Oh boy. So maybe I need to move this so it's only one fountain. I don't really. I kind of want more space than that. I think I'd rather leave it the 2. This pyramid is just going to end up taking over the entire desert, I think. So if we did 3, here. And then how much can I get away with just a gap 1 here? Oh, it's backwards. There we go. Yeah, I mean, it should be fine. And I've already ran out of space. More concrete. Of course. I should turn that drone back on. I don't think I'm done with concrete. Oops, forgot one. Alright, so this is probably in the way now, because for some reason I decided to build it right here. And let's just throw, you can be on number 3. Alright, so it would basically go out to up there. Yeah. Not as even as that is down there. But I don't really know. There are different different amounts that let's see. If you pulled it out like one more foundation, you could fit 4 on that first row. I don't. You're not really gonna fit 11 on the next one, I don't think. To do it in just 2. Like space it far enough so it's 5 and then 10. Or do I could just space them out even more for like no good reason, just add an extra foundation in between. No, I don't really like that. some more rotors. Do need to place down some more miners. Quite a few. Let's see, what are all these? Normal, normal. Impure, no, not using that one. Pure. We'll definitely use that. Oh, of course. I filled up my inventory. So now I have no space. Sounds about right. No, I'm just gonna turn around and throw it away. I wish I could just throw the nuke on these things. Why can't I clear them with a nuke? Still getting my head around the nuclear base amount. Wait, am I picking up? I was hitting the node, wasn't I? Oh, I'm so dumb. It's if you have fly mode on, it lets you interact with things from way farther away for some reason. It makes no sense. But yeah, I can mine from way out here, which I don't get. It's super useful. It's really useful. It's just every once in a while it just doesn't make sense. Basically in fly mode nonstop. I pretty much am now. I didn't to start. And my rationale was once I got to hover packs, I would just use that all the time if the range was farther or if I could use batteries to power it. But it's just so short. It irks me. I wish it was just farther. And so now I just use the fly mode. I never use it, so I don't understand. Yeah, I don't blame you. Yeah, if you haven't turned on the advanced game settings, then no real need to. Did I turn off the rotors? No. Okay, so that's what, 3 pure? It'd be nice if I could get... Wait, how much do I need? 3,000. So if I clock these to 750 each, I just need 4. There's another... Wait, I popped down a radar tower. There we go. Just gonna use pure nodes to make it easy on myself. Unfortunately, I don't think there's enough pure copper. So we'll get to do a little load balancing for those, I think. Ooh, is that too high? It is, but it still works. Cool. Okay, so I think that's all the iron, which is what I need half of. So where? There's just so much iron out here. Oh, for sure we're getting that. Oh wait, oh that's the impure. Where'd the pure go? Is that all the way over here? No, that one's normal. Oh, I'm so blind. I should just use the little marker thing. It's down there. Another crash? Oh no. I hope your last autosave was recent. That is a bummer. Do you know what caused it? Nope. Ugh. That hurts. That always stings. Are you on update 7 or the experimental? Just before it usually happens when working on programmable splitter setup, but I was now removing a blueprint, so no idea. Oh, interesting. Early access still. Huh. Removing a blueprint. I'm gonna chill a bit before going to bed. See you later. Hey, have a great night. Thanks for stopping by, Mr. Tux. More miners. I really wish portable miners stacked in like any amount. Even if it was like 5 for a stack, that would be huge. Just why do they have to take up one whole slot each? I guess it's because you can put them in your hand. Oh, but you can with like nuts and food. Auto producing as well, but the storage is a bit. Yeah, I don't doubt it. Yeah, I never really thought about that because unless you have a ton of storage, like you can't really fiddle a bunch. I mean, granted, how many times do you need more than 48 in one go, I guess, but still 6 by 48 at least. Well, yeah, I think you've got the storage part covered. Okay, so this one is copper. Can't remember. There really isn't a whole lot of. I have 5 storages across the map with all items. Holy cow. That is some storage. Got a good buffer going on there. All right, so I'm pretty sure I have to grab. I'm kind of hoping I don't need the impure ones, but actually the impure ones aren't the worst. I'm pretty sure I need all the normals. Space items, I have only 3 storages. That's fair. Buddy. Wrong place. Sorry. I don't have like any of these on me, do I? Nope, didn't think so. Alright, and then guess we'll face you that way. Really not quite sure how I'm gonna bring these all in. Probably the same style buses I used in the swamp, just because it's easy. Man, that one's impure, so I'm gonna hope I don't need that one. I am a storage fan. I even put a sign up where my first storage was and kept the older version intact for historical purposes. That's cool. I always like when people do that in their saves. It's just kind of like, well, it's not even plugged up anymore, but we're keeping it. Why wasn't I paying attention? That's impure. Like most of the time, why not? You haven't had to extend your object limit or anything, have you, Robo? Nope. Okay. Because I wasn't sure. I thought I remember. I thought it was maybe like It's Bits or something like that mentioned like all of the items, at least on like conveyor belts, all counted as separate like objects. And I wasn't sure if in storage does too. I build pretty lean, and on my first save I never clipped. Nice. No, I don't think if it's not displayed. Oh, okay. So like if the storage container, I mean, it's probably like obviously more than one object because it's gonna have to like keep track of how many are in there or whatever, but yeah, probably not as brutal as if you just have gigantic long conveyor belt lines. I don't exactly know how all that stuff works. I am no programmer, developer. I just like to use it. Even in my first save, I was pretty good with not clipping anything, or I mean, I guess everybody kind of has their own thoughts and way they like to build with it. So I think I'm the same way as, you know, a number of those. Oh man, now I have a bunch of junk in here. Creators where if it's a moving part, I don't want it to clip through anything. If it's, you know, wires, I'm gonna, like, I have no problem clipping them through foundations. Or if it's just for like aesthetics, you know, but it's not like, you know, a belt going straight through it or something, then, you know, I'm usually totally fine with it clipping. So it does kind of depend, but I steer away from the egregious, you know, belts clipping through each other. I've never liked the look of for myself. I've played 6 playthroughs with all unlocks. Now I'm just testing things to improve blueprints, etc. The 7th playthrough is the shared map that Matsuchi. Oh, very cool. That's awesome. I'm sure I'll get to that point eventually. This is my like 4th restart, and I've gotten to basically this part. I think in the 3 saves, maybe I didn't go nuclear once, but for the 2 of them I did, and then I think I was like burnt out afterwards, or the save was just running so poorly because I built really bad. Wait, I'm not gonna put power down yet. But yeah, I still haven't got my golden cup yet. So that's the big goal, is I really want to actually finish the game on this one. So most friends that played, I have seen getting stuck at phase 4 because phase 3 is just way too small. It's a huge jump, isn't it? Did I just not finish? I just didn't finish going all the way around here, did I? Okay. Probably ran out of concrete. No, I have that easy. Just missed the golden nugget, and I could force that by sinking a warehouse, but I'm building a mega factory on my first snap now just for fun. That's awesome. They're like, why not? So auto sinking will solve that issue. The space items here, it's not that good, low quantity. I mean, if it's your first save, that's kind of hard to blame you. It is really hard to... I can tell you've gone through at least the majority of the game, kind of seeing the quantities that you end up needing. Is you would just have to keep going back and just redoing so much. And I figured to make a factory with nuclear and all items. Nice. One day I'll go back and take a look at my first save, and it'll be horrible. Let's get rid of all you random. I don't even know why I'm keeping some of that, but it's there now. Is I out of anything else? Not really. Okay. Just more of those. Let's just grab all the concrete. Alright, let's see if I can keep these things even. So it's 11 from there. Okay. I found one when phase 3 was the end and left my computer on for a week to create all adaptive control units. It's actually spaghetti. I bet you that's cool to go back and look at, though. The game must have changed so much. When did they add phase 4? I've actually only been playing for like a year, only since update 7. I think it went on sale for update 7 and I picked it up. And then I've spent entirely too many hours in the last year playing this game. Oh, but it's great. did place the rest of these. I'm just kind of hopping all over the place with this project. And that's backwards. Alright, so 3, 5, 7. That's 15. So then 15, 30, 45, 60. That's how many foundries? That would be enough. Yeah, I think that'll work. And I think what I'll end up doing is then just like connecting them so it ends up being 3 rings. It'll just be some kind of open spots here, but it's okay. Oh yeah. Let's see. So there's 2 foundations, right? Yeah. Right on the middle. Let's see, so then that moment you place a blueprint, build around it, and see a stupid mistake. Oh no. And still being on. I really hope that they finish update 8 for all of you, because yeah, exactly, update 7, no blueprint removal. It's so nice. And I mean, obviously I have it right now, but like, I'm excited for update 8 to be, quote unquote finished, to where it's just early access instead of experimental, because that means that there'll be, a few more bugs fixed, and then everybody can use it, which everybody deserves it. It is so nice. That and the nudge feature, and being able to like lock it in place and walk around, it just makes it so you have to remove even less, which is great. It's just really funny that they added like 2 features that are just like, oh, this is like, just each one makes the other one, not that less useful, but you're gonna use it even less, I feel like. So how does this look? So you'd come out to here. It's just so empty. I was trying to think if spacing them out would look really bad, and I think I would. I don't think I'd be able to keep up quite the same pattern. And whatever. So they're in like little groups. I'm okay with it, of course. More materials. Should probably queue up a few more. I actually need. That is a clean setup, nice and big. I do see I build a lot more compact, which makes belting hell. I was once, I don't know. I feel like everybody builds a lot more compact. I think it's just hard to realize how big everything is and how much space things take. And I got fed up with making blueprint hell for myself, or belting hell. And so now I just space it out, probably too much sometimes. But thank you. I try to make it at least a little clean. It's easier to follow when I make a mistake and I need to follow things back. Because one thing I've started to do, but I still don't do it nearly enough, is label things for myself. Because you know, I can remember where things are going now, but if I go back to some of those factories that I made, what am I at now? 455 hours? Like some of the belt work that's inside my first factory that I did around like the 100 or 100, yeah, it was like around the 100-hour mark probably. I don't know where any of that stuff is, or it's going. There's a couple labels, but it's still kind of a nightmare to go track down things. And yeah, I really need to just add it, just little tiny 2-meter label signs every once in a while to tell you, hey, this is how much is on this belt. It's like, oh, thank you. I use signs during setups, especially when being in a build and stopping. Literally put signs at the manifold belts, how much is expecting. That is smart. I think that is a great idea. And something I should probably do more often. It helps you. And worst case, you get the whole thing up and running, and you could clean them up if you wanted to, you know? I mean, usually once it's running at peak efficiency, you don't need that stuff as much, but I still usually leave them. Also with pipes, make it easier when you have stuff that it spews out water, and you can combine it, maybe package a little and reconsume it. That makes sense. Yeah. I'm usually paranoid with my, what am I looking for here? With my pipes, and I usually use any waste with like wet concrete, or what did I use for the other one? I used wet concrete for one aluminum factory. I used the pure quartz for the other one, just because I needed a whole bunch of that for crystal oscillators. Oh wait, I do need these. That's what I've been looking for. Those ones, and cable. There we go. So I need more. Alright, we can turn you off for now, probably. Alright, so more modular frames. Wait, did I take all the rotors? Oh no, there's still more. Cool. Alright, so I'm going to turn those off. Because you know, a pipe needs 500 water, and I get 700 back. Right? Oh, pipes are interesting. I don't mind pipes as much now that I gotten a better idea of like the things to do to work around their issues. Then I can combine the return water easier to match the 500 because the signs is where I'm working. But I use service floors so you don't see the belts. It's very cool. I almost always use the the like service logistics kind of floors, or whatever you want to call them. I love it. This is one of the few factories I decided not to do it in. But that's usually what I prefer. It keeps the manufacturing floor really nice and tidy. And it gives you that extra like wiggle room to do, I don't know, like load balancing of belts, or, you know, getting things from one side to the other without it looking all crazy. Well, sometimes it looks really crazy, but it's hidden, which I'm always a fan of. And now I just give myself a massive amount of space when I do those logistics floors. Let me see. Oh, autosave. Because in my first like big factory where I'm making almost like 90% of the items, which turned into a belt nightmare making that many items in one factory, I realized, and not giving myself enough space on those logistics floors really just made it tough. I wish I had just given myself way more space to begin with, because it's just kind of like, what's an extra foundation or two? It's like you've got so much space, like, oh no, it gets 10 meters taller in the long run. Like, you can't even tell. My current surface floors grew to 10 meters, one foundation on top, and floor, so 3 walls in total. I use it for staging production lines with containers. Smart, yeah. As long as you have at least, at least like the 8 meters, you can fit most of that stuff in there. I've gone to, oh man, what is my, so I have like single layers, and then I have ones where I have the logistics floor built in for most of the other ones. So I think I started at 8 meters where it was just 2 foundations, and then I went up to 12 meters, and now I'm almost exclusively used the 16-meter logistics floor. So when I go to build a new floor, I just do this so I can place both floors at the same time and go around, and then I just have a gigantic amount of space. Because I just was tired of creating little nightmares. We all seem to have the same game lessons, right? Yeah, we learn. I think if you play enough and you have, similar styles anyways, because some people obviously play this game very, very differently than anybody else, or the majority. You run into a lot of the same lessons. That is smart. I use single layer platforms. I did that too, making them directly in the blueprinter. It's nice. I love the blueprint. It's just, you can save yourself just a lot of time and effort. Like, just thinking about placing all of these with Zoop, it's just annoying. Mainly because I'm horrible at doing it, and every once in a while I'll end up with like 5 in a row or something instead of the full 10, and I'll have to go back and go fix it because I'm just horrible at dragging and clicking. I mean, I mess up the blueprints too, but thankfully I can just delete them. Blueprinter actually allows me to dress up more because I grow bored and build something new. Better at the factory calculations and build part than making it look nice. I feel the same way about the blueprinter. Is like it freed up so much of the time to make it look better when I can do it all in just like one click sort of a thing. And I'll spend more time trying to make things look a little bit nicer. I mean, they're still not going to be super detailed just because that's not how I build usually. But yeah, I think it's made my factories look a lot better because I'm the same way. Like, I'll get bored with building and move on. Like, there's definitely, I don't know if I can see it. So that one, it still needs work, but like the one right there just doesn't even have a roof. I just couldn't figure out how I wanted to finish it. But the factory works, And so it was just like, well, time to move on to something else. I'll get back to it eventually. I'm ready to get to the next thing on my spreadsheet. As I stated, I'm on my first map. Almost all space items are open air factories. There's I give a lot of credit to the people who can make the open air factories like look really cool, because you can. I don't think whenever I do it, I feel like it just looks kind of unfinished. Like, I've never really been able to figure out a good way to. I didn't say they looked cool. Fair enough. They look unfinished. It's hard. I feel like you have to add a lot of the cosmetic stuff to make the outdoor open air ones look good. Like, it needs a lot of the where are they? The like floodlight towers and like, I don't know, beams and stuff. People can do it. I'm not great at the aesthetics part. I usually am much better at the crunching the numbers and doing that part. The belting is fun. Alright, so is that... I think that's all the foundries. Let's see. So, all right. So out of curiosity, where is? I think would I need another? Probably need a whole. Oh, when I'm out of concrete. Well, that just barely misses him. Well, I guess not barely. But not a ton of extra space. But I have a feeling... Let's see. Oh, that's actually not that much farther down at the bottom. But I have a feeling it's going to have to come out even farther, though, because of the top floor. So you know what? Let's just go ahead and add it. It's going to need at least this much. So you might as well put it in there. This is going to use a dumb amount of silica and concrete. First row of the mega factory storage floor. One row equals 60 items, 30 per side, just completed with blueprints. Nice. Oh, that's gotta feel good. Yeah, blueprints for storage. That's... You have some really nice ones. I like your storage. It's quite the logistical challenge doing those huge storage floors. To start. Yeah, that's a good start. Yes, but once you get it, and now with zooping and blueprinting, it's pretty okay. I could see that. Blueprinting must make things a lot easier, actually. Because the last time I did a storage thing, I don't think I really utilized blueprints. And now I'm thinking about like how much I've changed the way that I play with blueprints. It would have made things so much easier. My first version of the warehouse where... Oh, it was old-fashioned, no zooping or hover pack. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the first time I don't think I used... did I have? I might have had a hover pack by then when I did that, but... Oh, I definitely had zooping. I've always had zooping, but still. Blueprints just really do save you a lot of time, especially if you're going to add signs and stuff in there, although I guess you still have to kind of like change signs, but like either way you can usually make it so you're saving yourself a good amount of effort with them. Programmable splitter setup is saved in the blueprinter. Oh, so my setups where I split off 50 plus items is now one time programming in the blueprinter and then pasting for each main entry line. Very nice. That has got to save a ton of time because, yeah, that's a pain. Like setting up that many different items on each output. whatever you call them. Ton of time. And crashes. I didn't even think about the crashes. Yeah. Because they aren't the most reliable thing in the game. Which is a bummer because it's such a cool item. Like, it has so much potential. And then it's just not really how you think that they work. I mean, they're cool and they have benefits, but like, I think almost everybody wishes like there was just a little bit more to them. Like, instead of just being Mark II smart splitters, it would be nice if they had a little bit more functionality, I think. So each belt for inflow storage goes through programmable splitter, splitting off ores, ingots, etc., waste, biofactory stuff, and then it goes splitting into the warehouse lanes. That's awesome. No, I'm saying a programmable splitter is essentially a Mark II smart splitter. Like, I wish the programmable splitter had more functionality instead of just more on each of these. Like, and I know they won't, but like, if you could change the ratios or something instead of having to make load balancers and stuff, but I kind of get why they don't do that. It would be neat, but I think at this point they've said that they're not really going to do logic, and they're not. I really just don't see them adding that. I think they kind of like the way that it is. I think it's almost like it's the blaming the players. If the players didn't make so many memes about the what is it? The splitting the splitting 600 or something like that off a 780 line, or I don't remember what it is, but if you add an item 4 times and one that it splits 80-20. Yeah, like yeah, exactly. If you could do interesting things like that, it would be. That is what I miss. Wait, you could do that at one point? Oh, okay. I was gonna say, whoa, that's crazy. Done my test setups. It would be really interesting, wouldn't it? Like, yeah, if you could just add it 4 times and then it'd be 80-20, like, yeah, that would essentially do what I want. That would be so cool. But update 3 or 4, what a bummer. Like, it'd just be neat, right? I don't know. But maybe that's just too powerful. Though I'm not really sure I would see it that way, because they definitely have. What do they? I don't even remember what they cost. Oh yeah, they cost a supercomputer and a motor, and they're actually fairly expensive. I mean, when you think about like the material cost. At a certain point in the game, nothing's really that expensive, but you got so many stockpiles of materials. But still, I could be getting coupon points instead with those supercomputers. So the map for sharing where Matt's looked has a default production of all items up to that point. The storage is big, so you can go wild and build. That's awesome. I love getting to that point. I think my favorite part of the game is the end. Like, once I have everything unlocked, I have all of my alternate recipes, so I can just kind of mess around with everything. Everything's being built at a rate where I just don't have to worry anymore. I've basically put the game in creative base once you get to a certain point, I guess. But oh, that's right, I'm on a steel beams. But it's not. I've just, you know, I've upped the factory production up so high that it's essentially creative mode. And I use Fly, which is creative, but whatever. But just having that ability, just go wild, build whatever you want. In the beginning, when you're having to like fight for enough concrete to build foundations, is not my favorite part of the game. Like, I get it, but I don't enjoy it. The beginning of the game is definitely a struggle for me, and it definitely becomes a more of a race to get towards the end. Last playthroughs have been with my wife. That's awesome. I bet you that's a lot of fun. Or I hope it was fun. We have a good dynamic. I built the basic and she unlocks on MAM, etc. And then we go hard drive hunting. Very cool. That is, it's important to have a good dynamic working well together. Sure. It's amazing how quickly it speeds things up. I played a little bit on a dedicated server with I live with a married couple, and so I got them into Satisfactory for a little bit, and so they had a spare computer that they were using as a Minecraft server, and then we just loaded up Satisfactory and we played for, I don't know, a month or so probably, and just played it a ton for a little bit, but then they eventually kind of fell out of it. Mainly because of I think the issues with dedicated servers was really driving him nuts. But it was a lot of fun, and I was just amazed with, even though they were brand new at the game, and I was trying not to like super babysit them or anything like that. And we blew through the first like the milestones and stuff, and the first phase, and I was just like, this is just so much faster with 3 people being able to use portable miners and handcraft this stuff. This is great. And we now unlock all hard drives per phase, so you have the best recipes for possibilities. Then they divorced because it says freaking kicked you out. Nope. Thankfully, they're just waiting for the new like updates. They're waiting for dedicated servers to get some love, I think, before they want to jump back into it. I moved all maps, but my private first and my wife's first to the dedicated server. It works like charm. It was Blueprint. You put them on the server, problem solved. Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised that like you just put a blueprint on there and then just like, oh, everybody has the blueprint now. Like, that's convenient. Like, there are a lot of really cool things with the dedicated servers, but just multiplayer in general definitely has some quirks to it. I really don't know how I'm gonna do all this. This is gonna be interesting, but that's Future Move's problem to figure out. We're just gonna place all the machines, and he can figure out the building later. I think one of the big things that would help multiplayer and dedicated servers is if everyone had that autosave message pop up, because I feel like so many of the problems revolve around the autosave. Like in single player, it just pauses you, and like it's kind of hard to screw anything up, but in multiplayer, or at least on the dedicated server, you could just keep doing things, and I don't think anybody gets the message that it's during autosave. And so for that first like 100 hours, you know, the autosaves are so quick that like you're probably never going to notice. But eventually you throw down enough items into the world where the autosaves start taking long enough. I always tell my wife, you can see it on the console. Oh, I guess that's fair. That makes sense. I wonder if, I guess we just need to figure out a better way to view it. So this is one downside is the the way they have it set up for whatever reason. It's because that computer has more than one function besides it being a server. I think they also, it's hooked up to the TV in the living room because I think they've used it for playing something on the TV. And so nobody's usually there to see it, but I'm sure we could figure out something. But that is a good point. You probably can see it in the console. Of course you can. But that probably saves a lot of frustration, just knowing when it's going. That would help a lot, I think. It took us way too long to figure out that that's what it was that was happening. It would just be like not every once in a while, every like few minutes, because I don't think we really upped the autosave. So yeah, well, that was the other frustrating thing, is we really should have increased the time, I think. But it did have a few crashes, so we never wanted to lose the progress, and it's trying to find that happy medium. And maybe also if you fill in the admin password, we'll verify it next week. Do you guys adjust the network quality? I do not remember. It's been a few months now. That's a good question. I think it's interesting that with that server and that save that we had, and then also at the beginning of this save, I had two almost of the same, like, just game over crashes. Like, just go back to Windows, don't even get a Unreal Engine bug report. Like, it would crash my game. And it was the same sort of thing. What I think would happen is, from far enough away, I was able to like zoop this on top of one of those. For some reason, the game didn't stop me and say like invalid placement. I don't know why, but it let me like either it was either just way too close for it to some reason, or I don't know. But I did it on the multiplayer. It was a slug, and on this one it was a like sulfur rock node. And then whenever I would fly or get close enough to it, the game would just freak out and die. It would just go straight back to Windows. And really weird, but it happened both in vanilla. Yeah, I wasn't even in fly mode then. Yeah, and in multiplayer we didn't have any of that stuff. It was update 7 and there were no, I don't think, can you do, I think at the time mods weren't an option for dedicated servers. I don't know if they are now. But it was really bad because I would just keep running over the same spot because I wanted to go get the slug. And then it would just crash the whole dedicated server and everybody would get booted from it and we'd have to restart it. And I did that like 3 times and they're like, all right, what are you doing? And I had to have my buddy go over and he had to like delete the foundations and then it worked. It was real weird though. But normally the game's pretty good about not letting you place in places like that. What? I don't know where that was trying to go. Okay. Oh, forgot that one. Really didn't need to do this part right now, especially because when I go to do the belt work, I have a feeling I'm going to have to rearrange or delete a bunch of these. Because dealing with this much ore is quite a few belts. But we'll figure that out later. Now we got to figure out how tall do we make this floor? Like right there. So from maybe like this height. Oh, that's plenty of space. I don't want to make them too tall just because it's just gonna make this pyramid gigantic the taller I make it. So I think that's enough clearance. Okay, so just to keep things the same, we will do, what is it, right? One, two, so here and here, I think. Yep, that would be the middle. And that should be cool. I don't know. It does just look too cramped. Maybe one higher. One more foundation. Let's just cut this out now. still just looks like so small compared to this floor, doesn't it? What did I make that? I think I made that gap 10. Yep. I'm sure there's a way to work out what I really should be doing here. 7. Wow. What is it? I guess it's because I built it like this. Well, maybe when I actually add more than just that one little ring, maybe it'll look normal. Wow, I just keep missing. Should I just make it taller? Still just seems short. So how many do I need on this? I only need 20 constructors. Oh yeah, I forgot the top floor is actually really small. So maybe I should just make it taller because this floor is going to be so small. It shouldn't actually matter. So let's just make the gap the same then. So wait, what is this? This is, I say 7. 7. So 1, 2. I need to add like 3. So 1, 2, 3. So up to here would be 8, 9, 10. Yeah, that should be it. All right, there, and there. All right, so let's double check. Hooray, 10. Okay. So if I only need, what did I say? 20 constructors. So that's 5 for each quarter. Okay, so pretty much the same as the particle accelerators. But constructors are tiny. So I think I'm not gonna do 1, 2, and 3. I don't think I need to do 3 rows. I can probably just do, I can just do 5 in a row, I'm pretty sure. We'll just have them be, yeah. Let's, how do I want to do this? Let's put it right here. Okay, let's grab our constructor. Let me just see the recipe real quick. So, copper powder, but we're going to overclock this to, I believe, 200. Yeah, because these, well, I'll put it 200, so I'm going to group 3 of them together, go into one of these, and then the particle accelerators use, is it 100 at once? 100 copper powder. Oh yeah, so I could put all 5 on one, and then that would go down, and that would feed one whole 5. Oh, that makes it easy. I forgot that some of these numbers actually work together really well. Okay. So and then each one essentially is going to have its own belt going into it. I forgot. So I don't need to do splitters. Just the mergers. So, dude, I don't need to elevate this stuff. I can keep this just right down. Oh man, I haven't just placed manual machines in so long. Matching nice, yeah. Let's see how much space do we want to give these? Make it 1.5 basically. Yeah, that's a good amount. All right, so then that one would go right here, and then so let's see. There shouldn't be so far away. Well, the belting may get interesting, but future me problem. We'll make it look good. I'll figure it out. That's kind of funny. I'm like, oh, I need to place 20 machines. That's so few. I'm not going to do a blueprint. Oh, I'm not sure what that says about me. Probably adding the blueprint would have made sense. Just even though it's only the merger, it would have been a lot less things to click, and the recipe. But every once in a while, you just got to remind yourself why blueprints are so great. Just do it manually. How I'm gonna build this, not totally sure. I also think this is one foundation more than we need. And this is where I can finally start figuring out where exactly the gigantic pyramid is going to start. Ooh. How do we do? I guess it really depends on how I want to bring the ore up. Let's think about this. So the ore is gonna come in from below this, and then it's gonna need to come to this floor, and then that stuff needs to come up to here, and then this stuff needs to go all the way back down to this floor. Yeah, I did this. I knew that was gonna happen, and I was just like, I'm sure I'll be able to figure it out. Don't think there's gonna be a way to avoid a little bit of a belt nightmare situation going on, I think is what I've created. Although, wait, hold on, because if I'm gonna do the belting for this one under, then so the easiest way would be to have the ore kind of on the most outside foundations going up to here. And then basically those same ones here, and then have the copper powder go down back through the bottom basically as the middle ones. And then from down here I can figure out where it's going to go because I have so much space, and it won't matter if they have to look weird going up and over each other. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. Okay, so let's lay down. Okay, so I said that it was gonna be the outside ones. We'll do the ores. And you know what, since I'm starting to figure out where things are going, let's make, I'm out of quartz. Let's make some labels, so when I inevitably stop and come back, I'll actually have an idea. Do I have any? Oh, very little quartz. All right, let's get some more. Might as well do silica too. I'm gonna need containers worth of that stuff. What are the silica and concrete? Okay, it's not steel. Steel's just for like the windows? That's right, these ones are steel, and then these ones are either steel, concrete, or iron plates. But I think I'm just gonna use the windows. No, roof. Okay, so each one of these like quarters I'm gonna need two things. Just put 3 signs. There we go. Oh, actually, yeah, it's fine. Let's do it like that. I already forgotten. So how much would this be? Oh, twice that much. Duh. 1,500 per minute. Okay, so each quarter thing needs 750. Right? Let's make sure. It's 100. So yeah, that would be 15. So yeah, 750. Okay, cool. So that would be, so one thing of iron is going to feed all 15. And then 2 things. Oh. Well, I guess we can just have them meet in the middle. That would be interesting, wouldn't it? Yeah, I'm not really sure how this belting is gonna not look super weird. But we'll see. Alright, but either way, I think the way the belting's gonna work is it's gonna pop up here. They go in from this side, and then the mergers bring back out on the same side, right? Yeah. And then we're gonna do basically 3 machines. Yeah, belt-wise, this is going to be weird. So these 3 easily match up, but then we're going to have to split this up. All right. Well, that's going to be interesting. Okay, and then those come in. And then all of that goes up here. And each one of these is going to have its own belt, basically. So there's going to be... Oh, yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4... Yeah, so 5 belts for each side coming up. 3 belts go in, 5 belts come out. Nice. So for like no good reason, let's see, what would this, so if we wanted to like just kind of space things out, and then we have the second row, let's see. Is that where it would go? It's right there. This actually would work. Oh wait, these are the ones going up. Dang it. None of these would go here. But those would. And those would go in there. And then, yeah, might as well use some more glass floor. Alright, so that's how they would come up here, and then each one would basically just have, I guess, its own going back all the way back down. Seems very silly, but maybe this works. Also try and think, would it make sense to try to do it the other way around? Because it would probably look cooler if all of those were on the inside. But 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe come up. Wait, no. It'd just be like that, wouldn't it? That's all. You could fit 5, probably. Because it is just going to get covered. You won't actually see the copper powder. It's just going to be all the ingots. That looks holy. just a few. Yeah, one of those. So what if we did, well, if we did that, then they would have to be offset to miss each other, right? Because if I had this going down like just the middle section on each one of these, then it would be going straight down. I wouldn't really be able to build something in right there. I'd have to miss that. Which, I mean, that's not a big deal. Although I don't have 6 things, I have 5. Or if it did, then it would have to get... No, the belting would be really weird. But that would look cooler. having the copper powder be I guess it wouldn't, it would go right there, because on that first row would probably still be the that would be 5. Okay, so this would be able to fit the 20. However, getting them except for that's off. Wait, what did I do here? Oh. I went too far. There we go. That looked funny. Wait, is this... This isn't enough then, is it? Yeah, that's only 16. I needed it to be 20. Silly me. That's not gonna work. Get the inner ones out of here. Okay, so that would create some interesting belting going on, I think. Unless I just go over. And then just have well, by far the easiest way would be to just flip these 180 and do it that way. Because I could even, I mean, that would really be the easy way to do it. Because I could even just do this. Let's see, 1. Does it only need to go up 1? Oh, it's gonna probably look funny though. We'll go up 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that? No. 5? 6, okay. There we go. So that would definitely be the easy way to do it. I don't necessarily hate it, to be honest. It just makes more stuff going on. And then I could do just a merger like that. And then the copper powder go down that way. Question is, can I make these ones look good? Oh, I guess I actually need to flip these. let's see. What would be the best way to do that? Well, I'd have to just snake around, but I think we're actually gonna do it up front and swap those ones. Okay, so let me see. So I was thinking, let's see, do I want these? Actually, let's see. So oh, they do come up high enough. That's awesome. Oh, too much clipping? Too much clipping. It would go right through the power section. So yeah, I don't like that. Okay, so there goes that idea of doing it quite like that. But what I can do is, so what if I brought this one to, okay, that's silly game. I don't want it to go there. So if that one went to there, then this one would need to go to farther. Let's see, and then this one would go to the halfway mark. And that one would go to behind that. What's the goal? In and out of the constructor? Oh, these constructors are doing the copper powder. If that's what you meant. How does that look? It doesn't look bad, but I wanted to be able to see the... I guess that is kind of the bummer, is this line is going to cover the main copper powder, but I don't really think there's a way around that. Design always in the way of function. It's so true. It is. But it's so hard not to want it to look cool, you know? Yeah, if I didn't care, man, this would be such an easy... Besides the amounts you have to deal with, it's such an easy factory. I'm just making it complicated. So I know I can't complain, but I'm definitely doing this to myself. So, you know, clearly this is probably what I just need to do. Let me just probably make my life easier. Let's just place some temporary foundations through everything. There we go. So if that one was like that, then this one would have to be... would it come out to there first? Wait. Yeah, I think so, right? And then... or is that just... oh, that's a lot more spaced out then. Maybe to there first? Let's see. Ah. Alright, how's that look? Oh, I think that looks better. I missed the power outlet thing. Let's see. Let's get rid of these. Yeah, from above it's just gonna be all belts. This place is gonna look funny. But yeah, I think that'll look pretty cool. And then let's see. Should probably just make these. Wait, what is? Oh yeah, it'll be 500 on that belt. Okay. Hopefully I pasted them all. What is it? It's only... $100. Yeah. Some more reinforced iron plates. Not surprised. The bane of Beltane. Marks 2 and 4. Why do you only stack to 100? I wonder if there's a good reason. Or if that's just the way it worked out. Tried asking once on the dev stream, but I think he missed it. Oh yeah, let me turn that one around. Right. How much did these? Oh yeah, I forgot. Each one of these needs 600 in. Make all this Mark V. Or else I'll forget, and then I'll be wondering, why is everything running like 20%? And out of aluminum sheets. Surprise, surprise. I do have space. That's easier. And then there we go. That looks neat. All right. Let me just after I went around and pasted all the recipes to all the machines that are facing the wrong direction. Now I can go back and paste them all again. Right, they are facing the right way now. Yeah, okay. And yep, that looks good. All right. spot. Nice. Alright, so that's... yeah, that's a good amount of space. Alright, so let's see about this shape of this pyramid here. And that is... oh, gonna slice right through the lift. Okay. So... probably gonna need more than one foundation. I'm just gonna do one foundation at a time so that I keep it even, or else I'll probably screw it up. And it's gonna be a rectangle. Wonder why my pyramid is weird. Oh, forgot that. Actually, I don't even know. Am I going to keep this concrete? I might even change it to asphalt. I'm not sure. Oh, let's find out. Ooh, just barely misses the lifts. Let's make it. Let's do one more. And this should, even though it won't be a lot of clearance, there'll be plenty enough space. Whoops. There we go. Okay, so let's try that again. What about this way? That actually, oh, wow, that actually ended right there. That's kind of nice. So, and I think because I made this even, it's gonna work out really nicely to being able to put 4 of these in the very center. Yeah, it did light up right. Well, might as well, guy. There we go. Now it looks right. So that is. So I actually thought it was actually gonna end up being even taller. I mean, it could be, but I don't think I want it to be. The funny thing with glass is, like, once you're any distance away, then it's like basically its own, like, weird color. It's not transparent anymore. But let me see. All right, so it doesn't cut it very close there. I think this is the closest it cuts it. So let me just make sure. Let's see. Okay, so it would go like this, right? Just want to make sure none of the corners are going to be really weird or anything. Let's see how this goes. All right, and outer corner. Oh, that autosave. What kind of PC you got? I mean, Glass usually tells my computer, like, yeah, we're at that limit. It's definitely not new. So, like, that could always be part of my problem. It is a few years old. I've got like an i7, I want to say, processor and a 1080 Ti. So they used to be really good. Now they're like 5 years old or something. But surprisingly, it can usually handle Lumen whenever I turn it on. It uses up more of my VRAM, but nowhere close to all of it, which is nice. But it's my CPU that is really the high-end back that usually lasts a little. Yeah, exactly. That was kind of my thinking, as I spent so much time on my PC. I spent a good amount on it back then. And it lasted a long time. You know, it can still, for the most part, run everything I want. It can't do it at like ultra graphics anymore like it used to on newer games, but you know, it still does surprisingly well. Welcome back, 2 Meter Matt. I hope your meeting went well. Where are you from? You don't have a British accent. No, I definitely do not have a British accent. I'm from the U.S. I'm in Southern California, if you're familiar with the states. But I always feel bad. I know there's so many international people on Twitch, and I think that's a very common American problem, is they just like blurt out what state they're from, and like unless you're from the United States, it's I don't feel like you should expect people to know one of 50. On a Saturday, meeting did go well. Awesome. Should be a good client to work for. Very cool. Yes, worked there for about 3 years, not full time. Oh, very cool. Self-employed. Yeah, you do end up just kind of working random hours sometimes, unless some people, get to really make their own hours, but for the most part, you are kind of, it tends to be a little bit up in the air. Seen my fair share of the US. Fair enough. I just always think it's funny especially when it's the other way around, when it's a streamer that is clearly not from the US, and then, an American in chat, they're like, oh, where are you from? And then they just like blurt out the state. Like, I don't know why you expect them to know exactly where that is. It just always cracks me up. But then again, I live in one of, the couple states that I'm going to assume most people have probably heard of. But I don't want to assume too much. But yeah, I'm actually not super far from like Disneyland, which is usually a pretty recognizable landmark. Good old Southern California. actually blueprinting my storage down feed for my mega factory. Woo! Wisconsin. Okay, it's the United States. Yep, heard of that a lot. Yeah. Yeah, the weird this I mean that's the funny thing is like most Americans don't even know like all of the states that well. Like sure, I recognize them all, but like if you had a blank map and you're like point out Wisconsin, I'd be like this general area. It's like I don't know anymore. I don't remember. That's what Google's for, right? I just type it in. Okay, so I think I've got enough clearance. Do I want to give it more space? I mean, I don't really need to. I mean, I guess I'm gonna have to figure out how to actually get myself up and down. But maybe I'll use, that's what these corners are for. I haven't used these. Alright, well I think that's what our pyramid is gonna look like. Eventually I need drone ports. I guess those are going on the bottom floor. Because as cool as it would be, it would kind of ruin the pyramid if I had them come up and down through the middle. Like it sounds neat, but then it won't have a point at all. It'd just be a weird flat top. It would be cool, but gonna work a few hours more here. Wife and the kids are gone for a bit, so I might as well make hay while the sun shines. As my granddad used to say. I love those old quotes that like rarely get used anymore. My mate is gone now, off to bed. Anyone want to look at my old Power Hungry map? Didn't visit California, but Washington, Colorado, Texas, New York, DC, Georgia, Illinois, Arizona, Nevada, and Pennsylvania. That is quite... Yeah, you've probably... You may have visited more states than I have. Guess I still miss a few. Worked for a retailer, so hard to go around. Yeah, that makes sense. You're probably kind of stuck in one place a lot. Traveling is fun for a little while. I got really tired of living in hotels and out of suitcases, though. It can wear on you. Just it's nice to be in the comfort of your own bed, you know. Should probably actually work on more of the actual factory instead of doing this part, but it's just so easy. I kind of want to just make sure one side of it all fits. I flew almost monthly for 2 years. Gets old quick. Yeah. In a plane. Yeah. Did for 3 years and living in Europe. Longest from home was about 5 weeks. So you get used to it. I didn't mind. The laundromats in New York saved me work. Interesting. But yeah, flying that much, it definitely loses its grandeur. I don't even know. I remember it was so cool when you're a kid to like go on a trip anywhere. Being on a plane, like taking off was like a roller coaster. Like it was fun. And then you become an adult and you do it for work and you're like, this is just not the same as when I was flying across the country to go to Walt Disney World, that's for sure. It was good for my miles. I was buying it within a year, I bet. I don't know that concept in Europe, just dumping your clothes and getting them washed and folded back was nice. Oh, yeah, it's for some. Okay. Yeah, no, I totally know what you're thinking of. Like, I guess it was more of, I guess what we would call it out here would be like dry cleaning. Because out here, a laundromat is just like, you pay like with quarters or whatever, and there's just washing machines and dryers, and you do it all yourself, basically. But like dry cleaning, yeah, you just get to like drop it off, pick it up like the next day or 2 days later. Traveling for a holiday versus work is already really different. It really is. Here in Europe, we all have washers and dryers at home. Laundromats are the same here. Gotcha. Yeah, that's how. So, I guess it's probably going to be in most places, but at least out here, especially because in Southern California, things don't get built vertically very often, and it's often because of the earthquake codes. So building above like 2 floors is generally pretty expensive, I believe, is my understanding. But anyway, so you don't have huge like apartment buildings or anything like that. They're a little bit more spread out. And so a lot of apartment complexes will have like that kind of like communal washer and dryer, but you still have to pay for it generally. And so sometimes it's just easier to go to a place that has just, 50 washers and dryers instead of the 2 here, 2 there around the corner in the apartment complex. And so I think that's a lot of like why they're around. Like if you go into like a place where it's all housing, like actual houses, everyone is going to have a washer and dryer inside. But I think it's more of like you'll find those kind of laundromats where there's a lot of apartments or that type of living situation, I guess. And I'm sure in New York especially, because they go so vertical, like where do you put all of those? Yeah, weird here. Apartments. I live in Amsterdam. Even most flats have their own facilities, all separate. I mean, it is definitely the much nicer way to go. That's for sure. Not having to deal with anybody else is always nice. Oh wait, how far out does this need to go? So I'm 3. Because the 4th one would be a ramp if I wanted to do that. I'm not sure how I'm going to cap this off at the bottom, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Is it just going to be... Well, it can't be glass all the way down. But it'd be weird if it just went straight. So I've got to have it... Oh, man. This is going to go out forever. Alright, so if we did... Let's just start in the middle so I don't screw it up. 1, 2... And then... Okay, so it would be a 3rd one. And then... From there, I would, I think, switch to tilted wall. Except for not fix it. Let's do concrete. Wait, why? Huh? Okay. What? Why does it jump to there? Is that really how it's gonna place it? Is right there and skip that one? No. What in the world? Well, that was weird looking, but okay. So like this. This is gonna take over like the whole desert. That's pretty funny. I really enjoyed Colorado, Denver, and Georgia. Atlanta gave me a good feeling. Not so much a fan of New York, etc. I could see that. From what my understanding, I've never been to New York, but especially, it's so weird, right? Because you've got New York, which I'm going to assume like 99% of people are talking about, the city, mainly like Manhattan and like that area. Whereas like there's the, quote unquote upstate New York, because the entire city of New York is pretty big. And you've got a whole bunch of rural area way out there. But it takes the... Don't overreact. The east side is still a long way to the ocean. Oh, that's true. Yeah, it's got a long way over there. But it definitely takes a certain type of person to enjoy the city life. A really busy city like New York. Like, it definitely wouldn't be for me. Like, I know that much. Like, I don't think I would. I think it's just graphical bug there. I don't think I would enjoy New York, but that's because I grew up and pretty much always lived in like the suburbs. So, and I've never had a desire for the hustle and bustle of the busy city. Ooh. Upstate New York. Friends of my wife lives there. Really different from New York City, but the spacing in Denver and Atlanta was nice. Ah, very cool. I've never been to Colorado, but I have a sneaking suspicion that I would like it quite a bit. I'm a fan of the outdoors. I used to do a lot of camping and backpacking when I was younger. Haven't done it as much as I would like lately. My housemates also like to do it, and so the three of us would go. And it was a lot of fun. But then we started getting old, and, one ankle injury for one person, and then, another random injury for another person just started making it so it's like, well, I guess maybe not this summer, maybe hopefully next summer, and all of a sudden it's been like 4 years since we've gone backpacking. Kind of a bummer. I do miss it. Says the man streaming a video game. Yeah, right. I mean, I do like sitting on my ass and playing video games. That I can't deny that. Getting old is hard. It's such a bummer, isn't it? It's always the random stuff. It's a joke because when I was little, my parents used to try to kick me out because I was on my NES. My parents wouldn't buy me any console as a kid. So I never had anything. Dreamcast, Sega, no PlayStation or Xbox or anything until I think it was when I was 18. I had a job, and so I bought my first Xbox. But the funny flip side of it is I knew how to turn a computer on when I was like 3 because we always had a family computer. And I could crawl under the desk and flip the switch. And so I knew how to do that. But my parents would still not... I wouldn't say I lived a sheltered life by any means, but, they wouldn't just buy me any games. I didn't get to have anything that was very violent or anything. I got, especially when I was a little kid, I got all the, pretty much all the educational games, which it's funny looking back. So it's like, man, Math Blaster and what was it, Spellbound or something? Like, that brings back memories. So what's your build year? What does that mean? My first real video game, apart from Pong, was on a ZX Spectrum, and it was Jetpack. I don't recognize like any of those words, I don't think. Whoa, look at that. That's awesome. 1983. Impressive. That was that would be slightly before my time. I was holding down. I was born in 86. I'm 37. So I didn't really get to enjoy, Pong or the Atari. And then I didn't have a console till I bought one when I was much older. But I do remember playing games in DOS, having to type in, what was it, like /games to get a list of games to pop up. And then I remember Windows 32. Because, man, that looks so different now than any other Windows, like it was weird looking. DOS gaming. Yeah. Oh, is it 3.1? 3.11? Yeah, I don't remember anymore. I was definitely a kid. Maybe it was 3.1. That's what it was. Yeah. Where it was like 2 windows basically, like one on the left and one on the right. That's all I really remember because, yeah, I was definitely a kid back then. We had one of those. You guys remember those really old school printers that were like just ridiculously loud? That like, what are they called? They're obviously not inkjet. There's a specific name, and they had those weird the stacks of paper that like folded line printers. Yeah, Yeah, where you had the stack of paper that was connected by the things on the sides, and you could rip them off, 9 pin or 27 pin. Is that what they are? Yeah, it's just based on 11 3.5 disc line print. Oh, okay, interesting. I didn't know that's what they were based on. Oh man, those ridiculously loud printers. Oh, good times. I just remember that we had one of the. I definitely don't think it was even a game. It was like a computer program that you could pull up. Thinking back, there's probably like 20 different like dinosaurs, and then you could print them out, and like that's what I used it for when I was like 5. Is I would pull up a picture of a triceratops, I'd print it out, and then I would color it with crayons. Dot matrix printers. It's high tech. Oh, good times. I think let's see. So I know everybody calls it different, like middle school, junior high, but like, so 7th, 8th grade for out here is its own school. Like you go kindergarten through 6th, and you go to a different school for 7 and 8 in most cases, and then you go to a different school for high school, 9 through 12 or whatever. And in my junior high, 7th grade, so I would have been like 12 going on 13, I think. Our typing class was still on like actual typewriters. I think they were mechanical, or not mechanical. They were electric, but they were still actual typewriters instead of PCs, which is kind of funny. But that's what I learned to type on. It's an actual typewriter. My first multiplayer game was Command and Conquer through a serial comm cable. Nice. I remember Command and Conquer. Oh man, I think I don't think I played any of like the original one. I think when I was like old enough to play it, it was like, I don't know, like 5th grade or something like that. I think Red Alert had just come out. I remember that one when I was, I think, in elementary school. And yeah, I played, Command and Conquer, Red Alert, a lot of StarCraft, Tiberian Dawn. Yeah, it's funny, like Doom and Wolfenstein were like huge parts of my childhood, and it's just so funny seeing that like those are like some of the most like influential games also in gaming. Like yeah, I remember Unreal Tournament also. Oh, this was so much fun. But yeah, I think my first like real multiplayer was StarCraft using the dial-up. So I would have to like make sure that nobody was going to be on the phone for, an hour. And then I could play StarCraft with my buddy, as long as no one called the house. My dad hated me playing Wolfenstein 3D. Oh man. Those games were wild as a kid, man. It was, there's a lot of the game that doesn't make any sense, or just it doesn't mean anything to you as a child. But like you just don't really understand any of it. It's just like there's a dude, I need to shoot him. It's just kind of funny. And I hated the dogs. Man, when the dogs would come after you, oh, it was the worst. And it was just like, I don't want to shoot the dogs. Why? Why they gotta send dogs after me, man? This sucks. Oh. Good times. Those old games. Man, they were something. So I think that's how big I need to make this thing. The dogs. This is the worst. Don't turn dogs into the enemy. Exactly. It's just... Man. Why you gotta do that? Can I do it from down here? No, you just want to be weird. Alright. Do it like that then. Alright, so... I think I want to get most of this bottom base layer down, because that way I can kind of figure out how I am going to bring in the resources. I'm not really sure how I'm doing that. Yeah, well, World War II is close in EU, and my grandpa worked in the underground, so the family was raised with everything like that should never be mentioned. And then when your son is killing in a game with Germans and swastikas, yeah, my dad had an issue with that. That is definitely understandable, even though I hadn't had the history lesson in detail yet. Yeah, I get it. It's yeah, I can see that just being a thing. And yeah, as a kid, you don't know. You're like, this is a new game, and I get to like shoot stuff, and the graphics are just so good. Look at them. No, you get to kill and doom, etc. It was just fun. Yeah, exactly. Every time you go in, oh my. Yeah, I can definitely understand why a lot of people would have issues with that. Especially whenever you talk about like, well, this was, oh geez, what, more than 20, probably 30 years ago. So, I mean, that's obviously even much closer, a lot closer to the time than it is now. And with the chain gun, it would reboot the sound, so you would hear, oh. Yeah. That's really funny. It was crazy how much like the progression of games too, because like, I mean, I know I was obviously older because it came out quite a bit later, but then you have like Half-Life, and man, I think Half-Life was probably one of like the first like story modes that I actually I went through. I think I actually beat the game, like I really liked, well, now that I'm saying that, I guess I probably did that with, I'm pretty sure I beat the game with Doom. I don't know if I ever did with Wolfenstein, to be completely honest, or maybe I just don't remember it that well. But I remember really enjoying going through the whole, oh man, that's what I was afraid of. Half-Life was really good, story as well, but I was raised with old dirty game like Leisure Suit Larry. I always would see that because, you know, back then there wasn't the internet to just download them. So like when you would go to like Best Buy and go through the computer games, like, or what was the, like, Fry's Electronics was another one, and I would always see that game, but like there's no way my parents would ever buy that for me. Space Quest, that sounds familiar. King's Quest, I'm like 99% positive. There was like a whole series, right? And Roger Wilco.
Shall I dispatch the welcoming drones?
Man, am I gonna be able to? I'm gonna have to like just. I'm gonna have to figure out something. I don't know. Virtual and Space Quest and Monkey Island, actually all from LucasArts Gaming. Oh man, I remember the X-Wing and TIE Fighter games. I had a joystick just for those. Oh, those were so much fun. I actually played a decent amount of like flight simulators actually when I was a kid, now that I'm thinking about it. Like, I remember we had like we had a couple different flight simulators. I think we had like the one for, was it like a stealth fighter? I think there was one for like an F-18 or F-17. I don't even remember. It's so random. I haven't thought about that in so long. I don't really play any flight simulators anymore. I may probably just I suck. I'm much better at games where reaction time and aim doesn't matter, like building factories. I still have original CDs. You know, look for Full Throttle. Oh, that sounds really familiar. I'm pretty sure I know which one that one is. Grim Fandango, etc. Feel like good adventure games. Sam and Max Hit the Road. That sounds really familiar too. I think I remember seeing that one. I don't think I ever played that one. It's kind of fun seeing streamers every once in a while like pick up really old games to play through them. Definitely going for the nostalgia. And then it's interesting how some of them are still just like somewhat regularly played still, you know? Like obviously StarCraft 2 is a thing, but I'm pretty sure there's people who just still play just normal StarCraft. Pretty sure that's still going, which is wild. Like, oh man. Oh yeah, the other like RTSs that I played is like Age of Empires. That was a big one. I really liked Age of Empires. That one was fun. I generally play Grim Fandango and Full Throttle once every 3 to 4 years. Same with FF8 and 10. Oh, Final Fantasy 8 and 10. It just soothes the mind. The hype of StarCraft and the Brood War expansion came. Yeah, and did you play Empire Earth? I don't think so. It came out when I was quite an age. Oh, okay. It sounds Empire Earth. No, I don't think I ever played that one. What was the other? Oh, there's a. That wasn't weird. shoot, what was it called? Was it Total War? Is that what it was called? No, that's not what I was. That is a game. That's not the one I was looking for. Oh, man. It had like, you had like mechs and stuff. Did they like, something like vaguely remember them like re-releasing it. Do I have it in my Steam? Dune 2000. I don't, man, it's gonna drive me nuts, isn't this? Oh, do I really not? I could have sworn they like Planetary Annihilation. I was so not even close with Total War. That's what it was called. I don't know why. I loved that game. I'm pretty sure this is it. Wow, you don't have like any pictures on here. Is this the game? The name jumped out at me, but when I click on it, there's like... So they like not... Where is everything? There's like nothing on this thing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Oh, there's a picture of one of the things. Yeah, that's what... I don't... Yeah. I loved that game. I don't know why, but I did as a kid. And then I'm pretty sure they re-released it, and I've played it for 103 minutes. It didn't quite capture me second time around, unfortunately. Yes. I think I realized the way I played a lot of those games as a kid wasn't... I mean, it was like I had fun, so it doesn't matter. But like, it's not really how you like you really play them, sort of a thing. Like it was more of like a Total Annihilation. You start with like a little mech, and then you grab a couple resources and you start building things. But yeah, the newer one, you could take over the whole planet and then like other planets too, I think. Good old gaming history. Oh, Alt tab. Get me every time. Well, that's right. They did come out with a new, was it remastered collection? Yeah, I haven't even looked at it. I still know the maps by heart. I remember having a lot of fun making really broken maps with the map editor when I was a kid. that was a lot of fun for some reason. Bought it, played it for 6 hours, then haven't touched it again. Dune 2000? No, I never. I'm trying to think. No, I don't think I've ever played that. For Red Alert, we made maps. The map Akakito was so much fun. Better get the concrete drone running again. Not gonna lie, I may have spent a little too much for my live gaming. Nah. I would say most of my life I have spent a good amount gaming. I think the only exception where I really, like, my amount of gaming time really got cut back was high school. And it was just because, looking back, it's kind of funny. Not the most outgoing person, but I was in sports. It did make me a lot more outgoing. And yeah, if it wasn't for sports, I would have ended up playing a lot more video games. But that took up a lot of time. That, and I was still in Boy Scouts, and so, like, basically at least one weekend out of the month I was camping, like the whole weekend. Exactly. There's far worse things you can be doing with your time. I mean, these factories don't build themselves. Somebody's got to do it. Question for both of you. What's the most played game on Steam? Oh, that's easy. It's Satisfactory. Largely because I have zero clue what my playtime hours would be for EVE Online, because they didn't launch on Steam until after I had already played, or I had already been playing, and I was just using their launcher anyways, so I never switched it over to Steam. But that would be the only game that would give this one any run for its money. It doesn't beat WoW. It says Factorio Astroneer. Nice. After the number one spot, which is leading by quite a bit, I am actually curious. What does it? Huh. That is really surprising. I am not gonna lie. I don't think anybody would guess what my number 2 is, because I had forgotten I had put so many hours in that game. Oh, it is weird to say, but my number 2 is Rust. I actually really liked the building system in Rust. I thought that part was a lot of fun. I'm just really awful at, PvP and shooting and aiming. But the base building in the game was actually, I had a good time with it. It just really sucked that you would put like 6 hours in and then you'd log off, and then every time I'd log back in, all my shit was destroyed. But somehow I have 450 hours in it. A lot of people that put a lot of hours into that game. It's an easy game to sink a good amount of hours into, but and it's changed a lot. It's another one of those games that it's really cool that they just kept adding more and more and more. I definitely appreciate that. I think one of the things that I found tough with Rust was that you really have to, you have to find good servers to play on. Is probably the most frustrating part, because some servers will just be so ridiculously active that you're not going to get anything done. You're just going to keep dying, basically. And then if it's too dead, then, you're basically just kind of playing by yourselves. But it can be a lot of fun. I did enjoy it, but it's another one of those games where I played it a lot because I'm pretty sure one of my best friends probably has almost an equal amount of hours. I don't think I played it solo very much. It was almost always the two of us playing, which it makes almost any of those games so much more fun, in my opinion. Donk says a streamer that I'm on for, and he's currently been taking a break from streaming and just playing Rust almost exclusively. Yeah, he's hooked. That's so interesting. It's I don't feel like it's necessarily a game that you would equate the same player base to, but I guess it's more of they're not mutually exclusive. If you like factory building and the base building in here, you may like that part of Rust. But if you like Rust, there's no guarantee you're going to end up liking factory games. But yeah, I've just kind of come to realize that I don't think I was ever really all that good at first-person shooters, to be completely honest. I was never just owning everybody in Counter-Strike back in the day or anything like that. I don't think I was super awful, but I've never been that great at them. And man, as you get older, it's almost embarrassing. I'm just aiming is hard. For me, spots 4 through 6 are Euro Truck Sim 2. Dinkum, I've heard of that one. I haven't played in Space Engineers. Nice. Oh, not to mention time spent in my life in The Sims. Nice. Sim City. Roller Coaster Tycoon. Oh, man, those are good. I spent a lot of time in Roller Coaster Tycoon. Sim City, getting the original Sim City, where you got the monsters to come in, Godzilla and the other lizard to smash on everything. Oh man, good times. I have movies from my time playing Quake 3 at high level. I feel like I would think I cheat. That's really funny. That's cool though. But it is kind of funny that like it's hard to stay at that level. Like it definitely disappears after a while. Like these kids these days, they're so quick. Can't keep up. SimCity and RCT 1 through 3. RCT. Roller Coaster Tycoon. Lots of hours spent in those games. Yeah, absolutely. You mentioned it too. Did you mention Roller Coaster Tycoon? Did you ever play, was it Simcopter? I think that was the name of it. Now I have to look. Was that what it? I suck at Counter-Strike. Yeah. Me too. Simcopter was a video. It is the video game I'm thinking of. Oh, didn't play Simcopter, but a lot of other sim games. Nice. Simcopter was, I remember it being really silly, but just a lot of fun. I don't know why. Like, you could get the fire helicopter and you would go pick up water, and then you would just like go put out fires, and then sometimes you'd have to go rescue people. And I think sometimes you were just like a taxi and had to like just pick up and drop off people. But helicopters are great. They're also really funny. So it's like the brute force method of flying. I think I remember hearing a helicopter pilot describe it as you just beat the air into submission. Fair enough. It's also like the one flying method that if your engine stops, you just kind of plummet. Not a whole lot of gliding going on with helicopters, unfortunately. Also, Transport Tycoon. I don't know if I played that one. I did play Simcopter. I do remember that. That's awesome. It was so much fun. I also enjoy XCOM. I've heard a lot about it. I never played it. Got it remade by a friend, and it's good. Reminds me of Commandos. Commandos! Oh, I totally forgot about Commandos. Oh, that was where you had like, what was it, like 3, 4, or 5 of the Commandos, and you could like, you'd like bury yourself in the snow and wait till people like walk by, right? Oh man. Oh, I actually think they did like a I think they did like a, not a reboot, but a remastered version of Commandos. And I think that was another one where they just, man, they sucker people like me in with the nostalgia, and then I don't know if I've ever even played them, and I probably own them for like years. I have like all of the Commandos Behind Enemy Lines, Commandos Beyond the Call of Duty, Commandos 2 Men of Courage, Commandos 3 Destination Berlin. I should play them sometime. Post a picture of a new blueprint. Works me as happy. Nice. Oh yeah. Yeah, I have Discord. I just don't have my own Discord. Ooh. New blueprint. Top feed. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so everything's feeding on the top on that one. That's really cool. Is that the most amount of storage containers you can fit? Or is that just like how many you need kind of in that blueprint or whatever? So really like Splinter Cell. So it's 3x6 storage containers. Pick up on the bottom. In height, yes. Okay, it's too small. I have another for the feed in. I wasn't sure because I thought these things were only 2, but they're just more than 2, aren't they? Yeah. So yeah, that makes sense. Nine meters. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I like that. That looks cool. I really should make a fancier version of that. Just wherever I get to. And when I first started building in that corner, and then I was like, this is going to be plenty far away that I won't have to move it. And of course, it did somehow engulf my drone port. But I basically just have this is my storage that I plop down at each new factory. That just has a couple programmable splitters, just so I could put 2 in each thing, and then all the random stuff ends up in the very last one. I really should make a nicer one that's like 2 levels, and I could probably fit everything into its own container instead of having to attach that extra little one. But I'm lazy because it works, so I just keep using it. Could even probably include the drone port like on top. That would be kind of cool. I really should just make an all-in-one blueprint for it all. That would be really neat. I'll do that just in time for me to not need to make any more. Efficiency, not lazy. Yeah. So this will have above the storage a train. Okay, feed in, and then materials will go to storage. Raw materials will go up, and then we build all the items there, including power, etc. Very cool. That's a good look. My first mega factory was 36 by 36 and 350 meters high. This thing will go a lot higher. Yeah, I bet. The funny thing is like I know 36 by 36. It sounds like a lot, but I know it's actually not that huge, especially if you're talking about a mega factory. I think the the base of this pyramid, or at least this floor, is probably, I think it's 54 by 54. I think. Plus or minus 4 or something. Or maybe 8. I think it would go in 8s. It's pretty impressive how quickly you can just all of a sudden use up huge amounts of space. But then there's other people that have like everything built in like such a compact area. I can't do it. It makes my brain hurt because I always forget something, and then it's kind of like, do I really have to redesign all of this to fit this one belt? Because I'm not clipping. I'm not doing it. And that's hard. I always forget something. Or things don't balance out the way I think, and I need to add a smart splitter and a merger somewhere. That happens. I need my space. Exactly. But mega factories are fun. Just bring in like absolutely everything. It's just gonna go straight through that. Want this thing to be either gets the stuff in but also stores. Nice. I think it's a good way to do it. Having the storage and everything. You never know when you're gonna need it. Oh, you just walked right under it. Oh, I see. Oh, you're in the way. Trap yourselves inside my pyramid. That. Oh, no, that didn't go all the way down. And my wife said instead of building storage on top, as I did last, build at the bottom so you can add production on top. Ooh, smart. But that takes planning. I just want to keep just stacking stuff on top. That is a good idea, though. It does make sense. Like, unless you want your storage to be somewhere in the middle. But it would probably make more sense at the bottom. Easier to get to. As in if production changed, got fucked up with new ammo. Yeah. Oh wait, that still didn't go all the way to the bottom. There we go. Oh, we're going all the way into the water. Heck yeah. Posted one how the storage lane looks. Still a lot to do. You get the gist. So the above picture is at the top, but you walk and grab stuff here. Oh, that's clean. It's always so interesting when you have like a build or a blueprint that's like that, where the part that you're normally gonna see is like 10% of the whole thing. But it is always really cool to see, like, this is how it works, you know, in the background. I love those. Very cool. That's a good look. have any? No, don't. Do I have any? Nope, they're all in that box. All right, I'll have to clean those up later. Nice. I actually kind of like how it looks with the sand dunes. And the best by accident, I can make the front. Those are the display lifts, and in the center you grab. I can make them endless loops until all containers are full. And then it just jams. So you would see going through until it doubles in one single container is full. That's a cool idea. So it would just kind of like just keep cycling. Almost as if I've seen a pyramid in the desert before. So weird. I should have built this like at the bottom of Crater Lake. And I could have called it like Atlantis or something. That would have been funny. It does. It just kind of fits in the desert. I was just happy there was so much space out here. Go to Egypt, or in the U.S. go to Mexico. You know, I would really, I would love to go see both, to be honest. I think they're super fascinating. I would like to go check out all the different pyramids out there. And the other interesting fact that I'm probably going to get this wrong now that I want to regurgitate it. One of the neighboring countries, let's put it that way, to Egypt actually has more pyramids than Egypt does. Maybe one of you knows. And I thought that was really interesting. Obviously, Egypt has like the largest ones. But there is a crazy amount of pyramids around the world, which is wild. Sudan? Is it Sudan? I think you're right. Some of them are just so cool looking. But I find all of that ancient megalithic architecture just fascinating. Ooh boy. What's the other Angkor Wat in Cambodia? Like, that looks super cool. I'd love to see that too. Just those humans were surprisingly industrious. Why is this one just buried in the sand? I will pick you up just to shut you up. Oh, is this a cave that I'm like building on top of? There might be a cave in here somewhere, isn't there? Oh, maybe not. Oh, maybe it's over there. Whatever. And out of concrete. Is this gonna go? Oh, just barely miss it. Or all the. Oh, it's impure. Could be. Not very familiar with the African continent. Fair. Neither am I. But I did see something, I think it was yesterday. There's this YouTuber I really like that he pretty much just puts out like space and science videos. Like he does a good job at dumbing down scientific papers for people like me. And so I think he just covered one where it had to do with, I think, the planet's precession, so that like once every 26,000 kind of rotation around the axis that we got going on, it creates there's cycles for the Sahara becoming like a very lush place when it's tilted. So it's something like on average like 21,000 years or something like that, the Sahara becomes very green. But that last happened like 16,000 or 6,000 years ago, so we still got another like 15,000 to go before the Sahara is like has water. Well, it just fixed it. Oh, nice. Endless product loop. So, nice. It'll give it a cool look. Did it? Oh. You know, we're gonna remove this just in case the game is gonna freak out. You know, the Germans wanted to dam the Mediterranean and bomb a waterway into the Sahara. Well, that is an interesting idea. That would be one hell of a dam. I'm obviously assuming you would put it across the Straits of Gibraltar. Like, I know it looks small on a globe, but wouldn't that be just like an absolute monstrous dam? But I've heard of just some pretty crazy ideas that people put out there, so I guess I really shouldn't be surprised. Man, that would be wild. Search for the new project damming the North Sea from Norway to Scotland, as it's cheaper to do that than all countries have to prepare for higher water themselves. Wow. Isn't that is just wild, isn't it? That's cheaper. It's not approved, but an idea as it would save all countries doing it manually. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. It's crazy to think about that's the better, or the like easier, less expensive way to do things. I could potentially create a new large sweetwater basin. Oh, interesting. Is that because I've actually heard that term before? I thought it was a very I think when I had heard of it, Sweetwater Basin, I thought it was in reference to like a specific place. So is that just like a new water basin? I'm not sure what it means. The Dutch did it with the Southern Sea in the Netherlands. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I thought what was interesting about the cyclical Sahara becoming green again is that there's actually, there's a lot of creatures that have adapted to that environment, and there are creatures that are basically just like buried in the sand, just waiting for it to finally become wet again, and then the area flourishes, and then they go back to like their dormant state. It is wild, because it's kind of like what is it? We have, I don't know if they're like a global thing, but in America, which I would assume Canada probably sees them too, but is it the cicadas? Cicadas? I can't remember the name of them. There's like 3 different types. Like one is on like a 5-year cycle, one's on like a 11-year, and like it ended up being that they had like somehow over, millions of years probably, they ended up with the different species having these different like crazy long cycles for when they would wake up and, eat and breed and then go back to being buried in the ground. That way they didn't compete with each other. So the different like species all have different cycles, and it's only like once every like 500 years or something that they'll all become active in like the same time. Problem we have, it would affect the entire climate, as more forest and watery stuff will create more rain. It will completely mess up the ecosystem due to scale. Yeah. So their life cycle doesn't threaten each other. Yeah, exactly. It's so wild. Yeah, they're basically just bugs that are like, they're like buried in the ground, and they like, I'm pretty sure one of them is like a 17-year cycle. So like they'll be all over the news, like, oh, they're back, and then you just won't hear about them for almost 2 decades. Just weird. Nature is crazy. Yeah, I think they're kind of like a cricket or a locust sort of thing. Like I think they feed on crops and whatnot. So yeah, if they're all alive at the same time, then there's not enough food. Nature, so interesting. Nature. Exactly. Right. Okay. Make sure I'm mining the right thing. Are you going to make secret pyramid tunnel openings aligning with the sun? If I was smart enough to do that, I would. That would be pretty cool, huh? I need to align them with the double sun. Is that what it is? Are we in a binary? We're in a binary system, right? I think there's 2 suns on this planet. Now I can't remember. Or do we just have other big planets floating around? All right. Not bad. Although I still have to poke a whole bunch of holes in places to, get all the resources in there. So that's going to look a little bit funny. Air holes, exactly. It becomes a holy pyramid. It sure will. Yeah, it would have been nice if the base of the pyramid just covered all of the nodes that I needed, and this was just all like included, but only 3 of them landed inside. And this one just barely doesn't fit inside. But I'm not moving the entire pyramid over one foundation just for this thing. As much as I guess I could totally use Satisfactory Calculator to do that, huh? I've never thought about that. I totally could. Time to make the pyramid bigger. No. No. I don't want to make it bigger. Turn it around. Wait. I just realized you don't get the corners for the walls. You only get the corners for the roofs. Oh, turn around the miner. I thought you meant the pyramid. You are probably right, but won't that still be in like the same kind of spot? Or maybe it is. Oh, it's definitely less. See, that's doable though, because I can have like a beam or something running up and down. Oh. what we could also do? So if we just drop it down 1 meter, probably. That'll probably be fine, right? Lower about 2 meters. I think it'll fit with this. Let's see. Can I keep it going this way now? Or is that still gonna be too much? Probably still too much sticking out, huh? Oh, just barely. Yep, 2 meters would let me. Yep, you're right. Should have just done 2 meters. Because then I can face it the way that I want. 2 meters is always the solution. I needed to lower it by 1 mat. That was the solution. What? That looks like that's in the exact same spot. Am I dumb and I didn't actually do it? I didn't, huh? I just like placed it and then didn't. Turning it around will definitely work. I'm just hoping that I can get it to just face in that way. But last resort will be just turning it around. Hey. Get out of there. Oh, you're lucky. I think you're right. I don't think I actually lowered it down either. I think I just like placed it and then replaced all the foundations exactly the way they were. Because they sure didn't look any lower. Oh, beautiful. You guys are geniuses. 1 mat. I just need to lower it. Very nice. Cool. So now that's hidden. That is just kind of a bummer, but whatever. He didn't 1 mat it. So this is what I'm realizing is I really wanted these, but these are only in roof. And I just used the 4 meter ramp, but the wall, but you only get the tilted concave. Like, why don't I get the other one? Either use foundation. Oh, like use the. Let's see. How does that work? You have to use both, right? Like the down corner and the up corner? Is that? Well, that sure doesn't look right. Outer corner. Oh, the roof corners. Yeah. I was just hoping that I didn't have to mix match. But I think I have to. Now the question is, how much do I want it to match? Because now I want to redo all of this as roof, so it's all the same. Oh, man. Why did I do this? Change material, all matching. And you can color different. Foundations instead. Let's see, so... Oh, those aren't gonna like to snap into anything, are they? I think I'm gonna have to... So... So that one would be the... Wait. Clearly I'm doing this wrong. What am I... Why don't these... I feel like they don't... And then that has to be the down corner ramp. Oh, wait, would that just make like a really sharp? That's like twice as sharp, I guess, for the corner, huh? Oh. Quarter down, and the other one you need a foundation build, else use the roof. So yeah, need to redo the line. And then it's just going to be flat, because it won't actually be, it won't come to a point if I do this. Is the only thing, is then it's going to have can you? Yeah, I think so. Use roof tiles and color them. Like the like use the fix-it roof tiles and color them. Because I think the tar ones will always just be the same color, right? I don't know how well I'd be able to get that anywhere close to. Can you change the color at all of these things? It's just the same. Oh, it's just that thing is colored. Interesting. I actually didn't know any of it got colored. Huh. Try finding limestone color that would match. So my only thing is it's still going to be the lines. Even if I got the colors to match, I'm going to notice the weird lines. Use glass on the corners. No, what do, let's see, customization. What do all the different materials look like? Metal? Metal would look weird. Glass. And replace one side of the tile so you can look in. Metal would look like an evil possible base. It really would, wouldn't it? So I don't need those ones there. Let's see. And then change like... Oh, that's right. Those aren't roofs. Those are walls. Yeah, there's a very strong chance I'm going to redo all of that with roofs. I already know myself. I'm totally going to end up doing that. Oh, what a pain in the ass. I should have known. I've done this so many times where I use walls and the tilted walls where I could have just used a roof. I feel like unless you're going to use the 8 meter, just don't even use the 4 meter wall unless it's on. I would too. The 8 meter sucks. You don't like the 8 meter? I like it just because the angle. I like how sharp you can get it. So much more vertical than the pyramid I have going on now. But I feel like it has very, very specific like places where I actually do use it. And this ended up working out fine. But yeah, I have a feeling I'm going to change all of that. But I'm not going to do that now because I am getting hungry. And that makes me sad, but I'm going to have to redo all of it. Hey, at least I missed one corner. Saved myself just that little bit. Nothing connects to it. That is a great point. Yeah. There's not additional because it's sort of a solo item. You can combine the rest with almost anything. Build it up. That one corner. See if you like it. 2 step forward is 1 step back. I'm pretty sure, like with this corner. Yeah, we might as well. Let's test it out. But I'm pretty sure I think I'm gonna want it to just be tar. Oh, you're so... Oh, you won't let me... And the corners are weird. I can't snap onto the bottom of the corner. So I have to do this. Where's the concrete? Now I'm a roofer. Oh, did I leave? I left concrete on this whole time, didn't I? Sure did. Well, I got lots of concrete. Time for a corner blueprint. Oh man, wouldn't that be nice? And these sorts of things, like as much as I would love to, they can be really, well, I guess with Nudge, you can make it all work. Which I don't know if I ever said 2 Meter Matt, but your road blueprints, chef's kiss. Those are amazing. I really like those. You did a great job with those roads. Because something that I forget, because I get so in the habit of like, well, I need it to be able to snap in blueprint mode, right? Like I'm so used to everything working that way. But with the curved roads, it just works. Like you don't need, in fact, you like can't use the blueprint mode, but they still just like snap to each other so well. Oh, it's beautiful. It's yeah, I forget that you can use the stupid things outside of blueprint mode. I'm just so used to always using it. We should do a multiplayer game and add different styles together. Oh boy. We'll just each like build a factory and each build our own road, and then there's going to be an intersection with all the different roads coming together in like a weird roundabout. That would be pretty funny. The half foundation helps a lot. Yeah, that was something I don't think I ever would have thought of. Otherwise, I couldn't get it to snap. That's so interesting. Yeah, they're really good. I really like them. It's just really functional, easy to like keep building, which is like probably one of the biggest things for blueprints when you're building, especially for a road, because you know, like, well, really to get from here to where I'm going, I'm gonna need to put 50 of these sections down. You know, not just train it together. But you'll have a different train supports. Yeah, we all start in a start spot. That would be really interesting. All right, so even though the roof tiles get weirder than wall tiles, I don't think I want like a Do you like it or not? That is the question, isn't it? You can build it up in foundations, but that takes up space on the inside. Yeah, since my thinking was this very bottom section is how the ore is going to get plugged into here. I'll be able to do any sort of like load balancing with the belts, because I think with like both the iron and the copper, I want 750 on each belt will make my life a lot simpler. And so I wanted it to be closed off and not like see through. So like, I mean, I really don't need all of that massive space in there. I could do it with foundations, but I also just really want the actual, like, the corners to come to that, like, point or whatever. Like, I wanted to have this, and I don't know if I've ever been able to figure out how to do it with foundations. I don't know if you can, because there's not really a piece that does that, right? Because I think it would give me basically like, instead of one side, two side, I'd have 1, 2, and then a third side. Just to keep the pyramid look the same. Because if I'm going to do all of this as glass, this is going to have that like hard point. And so I want it to keep going. And I think the roofs are the only way to really do it. But maybe there is a way to do it foundations, but I think Alt slow press, there we go. It's so much easier on the inside. Like I've tried to do it before, and doing it on the outside, I don't know how. On the inside it's really easy because they just merge together, right? Like if you were doing it this way, you just do that and then like this, and super easy. It's just great. Outer corner 2 meter. I think you were using 4 meter. Oh, that's a good point. I was using, that's the inverted. I was using the 4 because I was using 4 meter wall, so I just figured it was the same, but you're probably right. It's probably this. But how would I... The problem is the corner is built wider, where the corner parts on roofs are direct corners. With foundations, it builds wider, not a sharp corner. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't really know. Like always gonna have a part that's like sticking out. It would be really cool. Like it's something that I've wanted to do, and I kind of always figured like there's probably a way to do it. It probably involves road barriers and, you know, catwalks and all sorts of things that I just can't imagine myself doing. But I think the roof will, honestly, I think it'll be fine, and I think the tar is fine. I'm just sad that I didn't realize that until after I placed all those walls, especially because I can't just re-customize it. That would be so easy. Can I replace them? I can't even replace them with control, can I? Nope. Yeah, I just have to delete them all. Yeah, that's fine. It's not the biggest deal. Unless you built the whole thing 45 degrees from the foundation, I think. Oh, yeah, there might be a way to do that. You can also make it fix it wall, paint it, and make it stick out on purpose. I did think about that. I did think about just having the corners just be separate. Stick out and replace some wall parts with big signs. Oh, that's always a good idea. I do like using big signs. I'm gonna have to load this into Satisfactory Calculator because I am a little curious about just how many signs I have in my world now. I think I've had quite a few signs. I know they made improvements to performance with having like a million signs, but there's definitely there's a few in some of these places. Overall, roof will work just fine though. I think your plan to replace is best. And the post big picture and the pasta on it. Follows fills when the whole one mat, the whole thing will that fixes all. It's so true. I just need to offset everything by one mat, and it just works out. Let's see. Well, I think this is a good place to call it for today. Made a lot of progress, actually. It's all the machines and the base of the structure. The belt work will be interesting, we'll say that, but I'm going to enjoy my last smoke. It's 2:05 at night here, so going to cuddle with my wife. Good night. Hey, have a great night. Thanks for coming by and chatting and hanging out. It was fun nerding out about all the old video games that we all loved back in the day. Good times. Yeah, let's see. It's always fun nerding out about that old stuff. Nostalgic for sure, absolutely. I think today I'm just going to end and run because I'm hungry and probably not going to stick around too much longer. Oh, but in case, let's see. In case you didn't check it out, since you're the one here, 2 meter mat, we'll raid the other random channel that's just like, oh, if I could just keep the right page up in front of me. Where is it? We'll raid. Oh, John's playing Star Citizen with it. Oh, no, absolutely. Why not? I'm guessing on Sin's channel, right? Sin Gather? Yeah. Let's do that. Awesome. Very cool. I actually, I've heard of Star Citizen, because, I mean, who hasn't? But I don't think I know much about it, to be completely honest. So that'll be cool. Thanks for streaming. Oh, thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out. Always fun. I've heard things. Yeah. I am a sci-fi nerd, so I mean anything space related is probably gonna be right up my alley for the most part. So that should be cool. Awesome. Cool. Well, I'm sure I'll stream in the next few days. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of your weekend as well, sir. I'll see you all next time.